Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Luther Burbank is known as the plant wizard, although he himself never liked the phrase. Still, it gives us an idea of the miracles he accomplished with flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Through selective culture, crossing and grafting of various stocks, Burbank produced many new and useful plants and improved many others. His methods required patient, conscientious work which went on day after day for more than 50 years. Burbank toiled with plants and fruits, yet his perseverance, his ideals, and his objectives were not unlike those of modern research chemists. These men work with nature's materials too, and by using them to create new products or improve those which already exist, they are working to provide for everyone, as DuPont expresses it, better things for better living through chemistry. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra bring us as an overture Bubble Song, Float On, from Rudolph Grimmel's operetta, High Jinks. The DuPont cavalcade moves forward. Luther Burbank was born in Lancaster, Massachusetts in 1849. From his early childhood, he showed a particular liking for flowers and plants. He attended public schools and later the Lancaster Academy. In the local library, he found books on plant and animal life which fascinated him. He became a student of things that grow in the ground. One winter day when Burbank is 17, we find him walking through the woods with another young man.
Luther, look. Tracks in the snow. Maybe it's a fox.
I don't think so. They look like rabbit tracks to me. Sure, that's what they are. You see where the back feet land together?
Hey, let's trail them. Come on.
The tracks don't look very fresh.
Oh, they're plain enough. Come along, Luther. Let's see where he went.
All right. It won't be hard.
Now, wait till we get to the top of this rise. There. You see? He went into that patch of brambles.
Yeah.
Should we follow him?
If you want to.
We'll get all scratched up.
No, we won't. Not if we're careful. Easy now. All right, watch it.
Yeah, I am. Hey, where did the tracks go, Luther?
I don't know. Say, look.
Well, what do you find? Let me see. Well, look at that. Green grass at this time of year.
Yeah. Must be on account of this little spring. Why, it's sort of warm. Gee, it must come from a long way down on the earth. Feel it.
Well, it isn't hot, but it is kind of warm. Golly, I never saw anything like it before, did you?
No. I never saw green grass in the winter either. You know, it gives me an idea. Perhaps you could make things grow even in cold weather if you could keep them warm.
Well, this grass is certainly green enough.
I think I'll try it with some corn. I'll grow it in the house, and I'll have corn to eat them before anybody else. I'll plant the seeds in a box in the earth early in May, indoors, and by the time the shoots are big enough to keep in the house, it'll be warm enough outside to transplant them in the garden. I'll still have corn a month ahead of Father.
Gosh, it sounds like a swell idea, Luther. Hey, let's keep on tracking that rabbit.
Rabbit? Oh, yes, you know, I'd forgotten all about him.
Young Luther Burbank tried the experiment of planting corn indoors and proved that his idea was a good one. He continued experimentation with early planting of vegetables through the next 4 years. In 1870, when he was 21, he bought a farm of his own, a 17-acre tract of land near Lunenburg, Massachusetts. And here he began his life work of plant breeding. From his reading and his experiments, he had proved to himself that proper selection was the way to improve any plant strain. In 1870, the common New England potato was scrawny and poor tasting. But Burbank had hopes of improving it. We find the young man in his potato patch, working with a farmhand.
Bugs ain't so bad this time of year, Mr. Burbank.
Bugs? No. Perhaps they're just getting tired of the kind of potatoes we're raising.
Potatoes we raise in this farm is as good as any.
I wish we could grow better potatoes, though. Say, Jim, look. Did you ever see one of these?
Yeah, sure. Seen one quite a while ago. Seed ball. Potato plant gone to seed. They do that sometimes.
I've seen pictures of them. And this is the first one I've ever really seen.
If you plant them there seeds, you get potato plants. Same as when you plant the eyes.
So have I read. Hey, but look, Jim. No two of these seeds are exactly alike.
They all look like to me.
But they're all a little bit different. I could prove it to you if I had my magnifying glass. You'd see in a minute then. I can see it just looking at them in my hand.
Maybe you can, but what does it mean?
Well, I believe that the plants and the potatoes will be as different as the seeds are. Some of the seeds may produce better potatoes. That's what I found out from working with other vegetables.
Sounds like common sense to me. Like father, like son, that's the old saying. You know, we can grow a whole patch of good potatoes and just a few good ones.
And a big field of good ones from the best ones out of the patch.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Burbank.
That would give us enough to start a lot of other people growing them. People scattered all over the country. Yeah, be nice if we could give the world a better potato, wouldn't it, Jim?
Sure would.
Well, let's plant these seeds and see what happens, huh?
Young Burbank's reasoning was sound, and he had an excellent idea. He planted the potato seeds, and from 2 of them grew a far superior brand of potato. There was a great market for them. Burbank might have become an extremely prosperous farmer, and from selling the new potatoes as seed, he might have built a profitable business. But business and money-making did not appeal to Luther Burbank. He developed the Burbank potato in 1872. 3 years later, a stranger comes to visit him at the farmhouse at Lunenburg.
Yeah, come in. Oh, you, Jim. What's the reason for knocking?
There's a gentleman come to see Mr. Burbank.
See me? Well, let him come in.
All right. Mr. Burbank says for you to go in, sir.
Thanks. Good day, Mr. Burbank. I'm glad to see you, sir. My name's Gregory.
How are you, Mr. Gregory? Have a chair.
Thank you. Well, you're a young man, aren't you?
I wish I were younger. There's a whole lot I want to do.
Well, most people don't get that idea until they're about my age. But I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. Mr. Burbank, I want to buy your new potato, the Burbank potato, as they call it.
You want to buy my new potato?
That's right. I thought perhaps you had heard of me. I come from Marblehead.
Oh, of course. Your name's Walter Gregory. You own the big farms down there.
That's right.
Well, I've heard of them. I should have recognized your name.
I want to buy the exclusive right to raise the new potato you developed.
I see. I'd hoped that everyone would have a chance to benefit from my new potato.
Well, they will in a way, everybody who eats them. But I'm talking about growing them. I want to do this thing on a big scale. Make every farmer in the country realize what this new potato is, so that he'll buy seed potatoes from me. That's the way to make a big thing out of it, Mr. Burbank.
I suppose you're right.
You bet I am. If you just go along as you are, making the Burbank potato general property, it won't spread half so fast. You got to tell people about a thing to make them want it.
Well, I don't know much about selling things. I'm more interested in growing them.
That's what I thought, and that's just why I came to see you. Now then, Mr. Burbank, how much money do you want for the exclusive rights to your new potato?
Well, $150.
$150? I see. Well, I'll think it over.
Well, is it too much? You see, I want to go to California. I have 3 brothers there now, and from what they say in their letters, it's just the kind of climate and soil I'm looking for. And a good many experiments I want to make.
With plants, you mean?
Of course. Vegetables and fruit. Things grow fast in California. You get results quicker. $150 would just about pay my way out there. Is it too much money for the new potato?
Why, no. I think it's about right. Yes, I'll pay.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Not at all, Mr. Burbank. As a matter of fact, I should thank you.
So in 1875, Luther Burbank, then 26 years old, traveled to California. He established a small nursery where he continued his experiments with vegetables and fruits. He built a small but profitable business by the same means he had used in developing the Burbank potato, the process of selection. One day a fruit grower comes to see him, a man named Wells, who has done business with Burbank before. The two are talking in the small office of the Burbank nursery.
I've got an idea, Burbank.
Well, what is it, Wells? I like to talk with people who have ideas about this business we're in.
Well, I'm thinking of trying a new line. It seems that the whole country is beginning to use more prunes. And I've a notion that the demand for them will keep on increasing. Now, maybe it's only a fad, but I don't think so. And I'm willing to gamble on it.
And good prune is a fine thing. Delicious, nourishing fruit when it's stewed up.
Yes, but what I'm thinking about is that people are willing to buy them, lot of them. Now, I've got land enough to set out 20,000 young plum trees next spring for prunes.
Where do you think you're going to get them?
I don't know. Haven't you got that many?
Why, there aren't that many in the whole state of California. There hasn't been much of a demand for prunes, you know.
Well, there's going to be. Every grower I know of is trying to get trees. I was hoping you could help me out, but if you can't, you can't.
I'd like to help you, Wells.
I wish you could.
Perhaps I can.
Oh, can you?
I'm not sure. You said you had an idea. Well, I haven't, but I may think of one. Give me a day to think about this.
What day?
Yeah, I always like 24 hours to think a thing over.
Well, you take as long as you like. If you can help me out, fine. And if you can't, Well, I haven't lost anything.
That's true. You won't lose anything. And perhaps I can help you win something.
I hope so.
And so do I. You've given me a problem, Wells, and I'll try to solve it.
The next day, Luther Burbank agreed to deliver to Mr. Wells in 9 months' time 20,000 young plum trees. An idea had come to Burbank out of his knowledge of plant life and his fertile imagination, an idea which helped to gain him the title of the Plant Wizard. As the first step in carrying out his promise of the impossible, he visits a neighboring nurseryman.
Well, Burbank, how are you? Haven't seen you for quite a while. How's everything?
Oh, pretty good. I came over today to see if you could fill an order.
An order? I will if I can, you know that. What's on your mind?
Well, mostly the 20,000 almond trees that my men are beginning to plant today in seed. I hope most of them grow. And they ought to, in selected seed.
From what I know about you, I'd guess that every one of them would grow. But that isn't what you came to see me about, is it?
No. I was thinking that you had more plum trees than any man around here. And next April, I'll be wanting some buds. Quite a lot of them.
Plum buds? Well, I don't know what you want them for, but I can let you have as many as you need.
20,000 of them?
20,000? Well, that's a lot. But you can have them. I'll just snip all the buds off about 100 trees.
Better snip half the buds off about 200 trees, if you've got that many.
Yes, I have, just about.
It'll be healthier for the trees. And there's a demand for prunes right now, you know.
That's right, but I don't see what you're going to do with 20,000 of the buds. Of course, it's none of my business.
Well, if my plan works out, it may mean a great deal to your business.
Oh, listen, Mr. Burbank, I'm not trying to pry into your affairs, but has this order for 20,000 plum buds got anything to do with the 20,000 almond trees your men are planting?
Well, I hope it has.
The almond trees, grown from seed, came along in fine style. And the following April, the 20,000 plum buds were delivered according to Burbank's order. Burbank engaged a staff of experts to graft the plum buds onto the young almond trees. Grafting slips of fruit trees onto other fruit trees was not a new process. Apple and cherry trees, for instance, had been grafted for a great many years. The results were that two varieties of fruit grew on the same tree. But in grafting plum buds onto young almond trees, Burbank was doing an unusual thing. One day, sometime after the grafting operation had been finished, we find him talking with two of his gardeners in the almond orchard.
Oh, what do you think of them, Mr. Burbank, after your inspection?
Well, some of them are coming along all right.
Great idea of yours. Planting the almond trees so you could graft the plum buds on them.
That seemed like a good idea. Almonds are dirty stock. They sprout quickly. Something must be done. We're going to prove our experiment and deliver those plum trees.
That's right, Mr. Burbank. A lot of the trees don't seem to be giving much nourishment to the plum buds. The grafting was well done, all of it.
I know that. Yeah, but look at this. Nice, healthy young almond tree, plenty of almond leaves. The plum bud is withering.
Yeah, looks as though the almonds want to keep all the food for themselves.
Yeah, we're not beaten yet. I'm going to try something. We're not going to let these almond trees have things all their own way.
Well, how are you going to stop them?
We're going to break the tops.
Oh, but you can't do that. Without any leaves, the trees will die.
That's right. They're bound to. Yeah, they'll have their leaves. Haven't you ever seen a tree with the top broken by the wind and still living?
Well, yes, but there's some connection between the roots and the leaves.
And there will be here, too. We'll snap the tops of these little almond trees and leave them hanging. The leaf will serve their purpose, but there won't be too many sprouts at the top to wolf all the food. Then the plum buds will get some nourishment.
I wonder if it'll work.
I think it will. When the plum buds really get started growing, we'll starve the broken almond tops right out of the picture.
That's what we want, sir. Then the almond trees will become plum trees, and they'll produce plenty of good, healthy prunes.
And we'll have proved something.
Is that an order, Mr. Burbank? To break the tops of all these young almond trees?
It is. Call the men together and let's get started with the job.
The DuPont cavalcade moves forward. Months pass, sun and rain do their part of the work. And one day, Mr. Wells, the man who wanted 20,000 plum trees, comes back to see Luther Burbank again. He steps up to the office door and knocks.
Yeah, come in.
Ah, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Sit down a moment while I run through the rest of these reports.
Oh, yes, of course. There's no hurry. I've been waiting almost a year now.
You've been... Oh, well, it's Mr. Wells.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry I didn't look up when you came in. I was so interested in the reports on those plum trees.
My plum trees, Burbank?
Well, yes. You were the man who ordered them, weren't you?
No.
You know, I've been so interested in working out the experiment that I'd almost forgotten who wanted them.
Well, now, I was hoping you'd have some for me. Those trees will make me a fortune, if you've got enough of them. The demand for prunes is getting bigger every day. I want to buy every plum tree I can find.
Well, you ordered 20,000 from me.
That's right, 9 months ago. How many can I have?
Let's see. Here's the total. 19,000 and call it 19,500.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Pardon me, Burbank, but I can't believe you.
Well, that's strange. Most people believe what they want to believe. Tell me, Wells, do you know a plum tree when you see one?
Well,
a plum tree that'll grow good prunes?
Well, I ought to.
All right, then. Look down the road.
Huh?
That way. You'll see a whole forest of plum trees, 12 inches high.
Well,
They're all yours if you want them.
Burbank, how can I ever thank you? Why, it's a miracle.
No, not a miracle. Just the working out of a couple of ideas. And, of course, nature did her share.
The successful result of the experiment with the plum trees gave Luther Burbank another idea. It proved to him the advantages of growing trees and plants on a large scale. The more seeds he planted, the more good plants he could produce. And Burbank's uncanny instinct, his genius for selection, told him which were good and which were inferior. One sunny afternoon, he is working in his plum orchard with a crew of his men.
This one? This one? Yes, sir. Save this one. Save this one. Yes, sir. This one.
Burbank!
Take this out.
Burbank!
Take that one.
Excuse me, Mr. Burbank. Somebody calling you, sir.
Calling me?
Yes, sir.
Well, who is it? Where is it?
He's over there, sir. He's coming toward us.
Why, it's the judge. Hello, Judge. How are you?
Fine, thanks. So tell me, what in the world are you doing?
I'm glad to see you.
Glad to see you. But don't try to dodge the question. What are you doing, striding through your orchard?
Oh, I'm just looking things over, picking out the good trees and marking them. That's what these little strips of white cloth are. I drop one on every tree I like.
But those men behind you, they're uprooting dozens of these little trees.
And that's why they're following me. Every tree that isn't marked with a white cloth is uprooted and burned.
Do you mean to tell me that you're destroying more than half of these fine little plum trees?
At least. You see, more than half of them aren't fine at all.
Well, I've got an orchard of my own, you know, and it seems a shame to destroy all these trees.
Well, the more inferior ones we destroy, the more room we'll have for the better ones. And the more nourishment the good ones will get from the soil.
Do you think you can select the better trees jogging through this orchard almost a trot, dropping strips of white cloth behind you?
I know I can.
Well, I don't see how you can tell.
Now, Judge, I'll prove to you that my intuition is right. Now, you take home these 5 trees I've left to be uprooted and burned, and plant them.
What'll that prove?
Along with them, you take any 5 that I've marked for saving. Plant and mark them. 5 years from now, all 10 of them will be bearing fruit. Compare the fruit from the different trees. Then you'll see that I was right.
Oh, I'll try it, but I still don't understand how you do it.
Judge, when they bring a prisoner before you, can't you often tell by looking at him whether he's guilty or not?
Why, yes.
Well, I can do the same thing with trees and plants and seeds.
From experience, aided by some inner sense which must be called genius, Luther Burbank could distinguish better plants from inferior ones. He gave the world many new and useful varieties of vegetables, berries, and fruits. Among other creations, he produced a rustless wheat, spineless cactus which cattle could eat, roses without thorns. He once said, "I shall be content if because of me there shall be better fruit and fairer flowers." Truly, he accomplished his aim in life. DuPont is proud to add the name of Luther Burbank to the distinguished roster of the Cavalcade of America.
Last year, chemistry saved the gardener and the farmer millions of dollars by helping control the ravenous attack of several thousand different types of insect pests. Right now, the boll weevil and cotton leaf worm are staging their annual destructive invasion of the South cotton crop. But the chemist has found ways to protect the cotton and greatly reduce the grower's losses from insect pests. DuPont, for example, produces a chemical product called calcium arsenate, which controls the boll weevil and leaf worm and permits healthy development of the cotton. In some cases, such treatment has increased the yield 300 to 400 pounds of seed cotton per acre. In the fruit-growing sections of the country, chemically created products are put to work every season, protecting first the foliage of the trees and then the fruit itself from damaging insect attack. A fruit orchard is the favorite dining room of the codling moth, the pest that appears as the worm in apples. A chemical insecticide, properly applied, controls the codling moth and gives the fruit a better chance to ripen normally. These are only two of many ways in which research chemistry helps protect plant life. Take the family garden in the backyard as another example. Many of the vegetable and flower seeds planted this spring were probably chemically treated to protect them from underground pest attack. And now that the plants are above the ground, chemistry is ready with a wide variety of products to guard them from hungry insects. A recent DuPont chemical development improves the effectiveness of insecticides, too, by helping them spread more fully over the foliage and stick to the plant longer, despite wind and rain. Truly, plant development experts have improved our fruits, vegetables, and flowers. But just as truly, the research chemist has protected them from hungry hordes of insect pests and is improving his protective methods each year. DuPont has recently built a large new laboratory and increased its staff of chemists and biologists working exclusively on pest control research. Work which, by still further reducing annual losses due to pest attack, should result in better crops, wider markets, and lower costs. So when the cotton moves into the textile mills, when the truck gardener delivers fresh vegetables, when the fruit grower picks his crop and sends it on the way to your table, you know that the research chemist has again done his part to provide, as DuPont expresses it, better things for better living through chemistry. The story of Luther Burbank, heard this evening, brings to a close the series of dramatic-type broadcasts DuPont has been presenting on its Cavalcade of America program. For the summer months, we've prepared a series of musical broadcasts. Each Wednesday, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra will present songs of such outstanding contributors to our light music as George Gershwin, Cole Porter, Vincent Youmans, and Jerome Kern, with anecdotes describing how some of their songs came to be written. For the first four broadcasts, we will have as our guest Conrad Thibault, distinguished radio baritone. All of us who take part in these programs and those who write and produce them appreciate the many letters we've had from you. For it's only when you take the trouble to write that we get the stimulation and lift which comes from direct applause in the theater. Such encouragement inclines us to feel that you'd like more Cavalcade of America dramatizations in the fall. Tune in at the same time next Wednesday evening for a program of Irving Berlin's melodies. Don Voorhees conducting the Cavalcade Orchestra, Conrad Thibault guest soloist, the first broadcast in DuPont's summer Cavalcade of Music series. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting goldenaid.com/AR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California. California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's one of the most beloved folk tales of all time, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Walt Disney made it into one of the greatest pictures of all time. And tonight, for young and old, we bring it to the Lux Radio Theater. A charming story, the delightful music that you saw and heard on the screen. Aiding in tonight's production, and our guest of honor, is Walt Disney himself. Conducting our music is Louis Silvers. Mr. DeMille will step before the curtain in just a moment. But before he does, a word about the product that brings you this program, Lux Flakes. Lux Flakes have thousands of loyal followers all over the world because lovely women everywhere depend on these fine, gentle flakes to keep their things dainty. Their nice silk and satin underthings get regular Lux care. Yes, gentle Lux keeps nice things dainty and fresh, but it does more than that. It helps them stay new-looking longer. You see, Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali to hurt delicate materials or fade colors. It's a good thing to remember that anything safe in water alone is safe in gentle Lux. And now, your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Christmas greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 1 year ago, almost to the day, Walter Elias Disney was here in the Lux Radio Theater telling us about a picture he'd just completed called Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It was the first feature-length animated picture ever created. Into it had gone 3 years of work, of hope and daring, over 2.5 million drawings, and the services of more than 500 artists. It was therefore a rather nervous Mr. Disney who spoke to us that night. If we had tied bells on his knees, he could easily have doubled for Santa Claus' sleigh. It wasn't Mike Fright, though, that attacked Mr. Disney. It was Premier Fright. For on the night following his Lux broadcast, he was giving the world its first glimpse into animated fairyland. In the tiny hands of a little lady named Snow White lay the reputation and the future of Walt Disney. How this picture was received is history. It brought laughter and tears from the children and grown-ups of every nation. Praise came from the pulpit, from statesmen, from the press to this unassuming man, whom even his switchboard operator calls Walt. Harvard and Yale gave him honorary degrees, and the world its thanks. For to all of us, he recalled our childhood. We couldn't have chosen a more popular play for Christmas than Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, nor a more appropriate guest than Walt Disney. Later on, we'll hear from him. Now we hear his masterpiece. Let's dim the lights a little. Let's sit down and shut our eyes. Forget the world and just imagine. As our curtain rises and the Lux Radio Theater presents Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. In a far-off world, long, long ago, a kingdom built on a mountain high lifted its turrets flecked with gold into a sapphire sky. Land of enchantment, this domain, but ruled by a queen, black-hearted, vain, jealous of her beauty, and fearful lest there be another in her realm to prove more beautiful than she. Each evening, in a secret hall, she conjured up a spirit from the mirror on the wall.
Slave in the magic mirror, come from the farthest space. Through wind and darkness I summon thee. Speak, let me see thy face.
What wouldst thou know, my queen?
Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?
Famed is thy beauty, majesty, but hold, a lovely maid I see. Rags cannot hide her gentle grace. Alas, she is more fair than thee.
Alas for her, reveal her name.
Lips red as the rose, hair black as ebony, skin white as snow.
No, white.
Your own stepdaughter and the princess of this realm.
Where is this fair one now.
In her tattered clothes by the wishing well, she sings with a voice of a silver.
I am prince of another land. I've ridden far, hoping for the day when I'd find one fair as you. Please, don't run away.
Now that I've found you, here's what I have to say. One song, I have but one song. One song only for you. One heart tenderly beating, ever entreating, constantly true. One love that has possessed me, one love thrilling me through. One song my heart keeps singing of one love only for you.
You understand my wishes in this matter, Master Huntsman?
I do, Your Majesty.
Tomorrow, as the shadows fall at dusk, take her far into the forest. Find some secluded glade where she can pick wildflowers.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And there, my faithful huntsman, you will kill her.
Kill her? Your Majesty, little princess.
Silence. You know the penalty if you fail.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Kill her or die yourself. And to prove that you have done your part, bring back this casket, huntsman, and in it, Snow White's heart.
There, Master Huntsman. I think we have enough wildflowers now, don't you? Enough for a long time.
Perhaps forever.
Oh, what a lovely place this is. So quiet and peaceful. But I think we'd better leave now. It's growing late, Master Huntsman. See how the shadows fall. Long and slender. Master Huntsman, why do you stare at me like that? What's wrong?
Come here.
But I don't...
Here. Look well around this place you love. That look will be your last. I can't do it. Forgive me. I beg you, Your Highness, forgive me.
Why, I don't understand.
She's mad. Jealous of you. She'll stop at nothing.
But who?
The Queen.
The Queen?
You must run away, child. Far away. Run and hide and never come back. Hide in the wood. Anywhere. But go. Go. Go.
in the dark. Green eyes staring at me. Long arms tearing at me. Monster shapes and mouths agape. They're coming closer, closer. Help! Oh, were these the shapes that frighten me? Why, you're nothing but little birds. And a tiny deer. And squirrels and chipmunks. Why, you're nothing to fear. Oh, I'm so ashamed of the fuss I've made. But now that the sun's up, I'm not afraid. Will you forgive me? Oh, thank you. But you see, I'm all alone, and I've no place to go. Do you think that you could help me? If I only had a place to live. You don't know where such a place would be. Oh, no, I couldn't live in a tree. If you only knew of a house. Yes, a house. You do? Will you show me where it is? Yes, I'm ready now. Oh, it's a lovely house. Just like a doll's house. Shall we go inside? Ooh, it's dark inside. Guess there's no one home. Hello? May I come in? Oh, what a cute little chair. That's right, 7 little chairs. Must be 7 little children. And from the look of this table, 7 untidy little children. Look at what? Oh, a pickaxe. A stocking, too. And in the fireplace, a shoe. And just look at that fireplace. Why, it's covered with dust. And look, cobwebs everywhere. My, what a pile of dirty dishes. And just look at that broom. Why, they've never swept this room. You'd think their mother would. Oh, maybe they have no mother. Then they're orphans. Oh, that's too bad. I know. We'll clean the house and surprise them. Then maybe they'll let me stay. Now, you wash the dishes, you tidy up the room, you clean the fireplace, and I'll use the broom.
Just whistle while you work. And cheerfully together we can tidy up the place. We'll hum a merry tune. It won't take long when there's a song to help you set the pace. And as you sweep the room, imagine that the room is someone that you love, and soon you'll find her dancing to the tune. So whistle while you work. When hearts are tired, the time will fly, so whistle while you work.
Oh, thank you. You sang beautifully. But I'm still wondering about the 7 little children who live here. They're not children. Well, what are they? What? 7 little men? Well, where are the little men? Away? At work? In a mine? Well, what do they do in the mine?
Dig, 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 dig in a mine the whole day through. To dig, 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 dig is what we like to do.
It ain't no trick to get rich quick.
If we dig, dig, dig with a shovel or a pick in a mine.
In a mine, in a mine,
In a mine where the million diamonds shine. We dig, 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 dig from early morn till night. We dig, 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 dig up everything in sight.
We dig a diamond by the score, 1,000 rubies, sometimes more.
Well, we don't know what we dig them for. We dig, 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 dig.
Listen, men.
What you want, Doc?
I think it's time we Smith quirk, quit work. What do you say?
Hooray!
Come on, then. Let's go home. Hi-ho!
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's home from work we go. Hi-ho, 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 it's home from work
at our house. The lit light's lit.
Jiminy crickets.
The door's open, too.
And the chimney's smoking. Something's in there.
Maybe a ghost.
Or a goblin.
A demon.
Or a dragon.
What's that?
What's that?
What's that?
It's all right, men.
What is it?
Dopey's knees knocking together. Dopey, quit that. You hear? Quit it. There. You suppose there really is a dragon in the house? Mark my words, there's trouble a-brewing. Felt it coming all day. My corn's hurt.
Gosh.
That's a bad sign.
What do we do?
Yeah.
Let's sneak up on it. Yes, we'll sneak up. Sneak up. Come on, men. Follow me. Dopey, quit that, will you? Now, careful, men. Search every crook and granny, search everywhere. Shh, quiet. Look, the floor. It's been swept.
Hair's been dusted.
And our window's been washed.
Gosh, our cobwebs is missing.
What? The whole place is clean.
There's dirty work afoot. The sink's empty. Hey, someone stole our dishes.
They ain't stole. They're hid in the cupboard.
My cup's been washed. Sugar's gone.
Something's cooking. Good. Smells good. Oh, look.
Hey, don't touch it, you fools. Might be poison. See? Witch's brew.
Look what's happened to our table.
Flowers. There's flowers on the table. Huh? Look, goldenrod. Look, Sneezy, goldenrod.
Oh, don't do it. Take them away. My doze, my hay fever. You know I can't stand no gold. I can't. I can't. You gotta take me. You gotta take me. You gotta eat.
No! You crazy fool! Fine time you picked a sneeze.
Well, I couldn't help it. I can't tell. When you gotta, you gotta. And I gotta. I gotta.
I can't stop it. What am I going to stop? You better hold him tight. Quiet, you fool. I get us all killed.
What's that? That's it.
Sounded close. It's in this room right now.
It's up there.
Yeah, upstairs in the bedroom.
One of us has got to go down and chase it up. Up, down. Well, who's it going to be? I'm asking for volunteers, men. Happy? What about you? Bashful? Sleepy? Grumpy? Sneezy?
With my hay fever, dough.
So you won't go, eh? Well, that leaves... Here, Dopey. Take this lantern. Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. Go on now. Up the stairs. The stairs. We're right behind you. Yes, right behind you.
Open the door, Dopey. Go on, open the door and stop shaking like that. Now. Look. Over there.
Jiminy crickets.
Gosh.
Gee.
What a monster.
It's asleep.
Covers 3 beds.
Let's kill it before it wakes up. Which end do we kill?
I'll take a good look at it.
What is it?
Why, it's a girl.
A girl?
She's mighty birdie.
She's beautiful. Just like an angel.
Angel?
Heh, she's a female. And all females is poison. They're full of wicked wiles. What are wicked wiles? I don't know, but I'm agin 'em. Shh. Not so loud. You'll wake her up. Oh, let her wake up. She don't belong here nohow. Oh, look out.
She's moving.
She's waking up.
What do we do?
Hi.
Oh.
Too late.
Oh, gosh.
Why, you're the little man. How do you do? I said, how do you do?
How do you do what?
Oh, you can talk. I'm so glad. Now, don't tell me who you are. Let me guess.
You don't know us.
Oh, but I know your names. I saw them written on your beds. Now, let me see. That little man over there, you're Doc.
Why, yeah, that's true.
Oh, and you're Bashful.
Oh, gosh.
And you're Sleepy.
Oh, how'd you guess?
And you're Sneezy. Oh, yes. And you must be...
Happy, ma'am. That's me. And this is Dopey. He don't talk none.
You mean he can't talk?
He don't know. He never tried.
Oh, that's too bad. But what's that bell around his neck?
Oh, that? Oh, that's a cowbell. We just put that there in case he ever gets lost. Show her what you show her what you do when you get lost, Dopey. No. The bell. That's right. See? He rings the cowbell.
Oh, isn't that cute?
Cute. Ain't cute at all.
Why, yes, it is.
I say it ain't.
Oh, you must be grumpy.
Yeah, that's who he is, all right.
Yeah, we know who we are. Ask her who she is and what she's doing here.
What are you and who are you doing? What are you? Who are you, my dear?
Oh, how silly of me. I'm Snow White.
Snow White?
The princess?
Yes.
Well, my dear princess, we're honored. Yes, we're
Mad as hornet.
Mad as hornet. No, we're not. We're as bad as cornet. No, as bad as. What was I saying?
Nothing. Just standing there sputtering like a doodlebug.
Who's a buttering like a spoodle dog? Who's a runner?
Oh, shut up and tell her to get out.
Oh, please don't send me away. If you do, she'll kill me.
Kill ya?
Who will?
Yes, who'll kill you?
My stepmother, the queen.
The queen?
Yes.
Wicked.
She's bad.
She's mighty beam. She's an old witch. I'm warning you. If the queen finds her here, she'll swoop down and wreak her vengeance on us.
Oh, but she doesn't know where I am.
She don't, huh?
No.
She knows everything. She's full of black magic. She can even make herself invisible. Might be in this room right now.
Oh.
Stop that. Stop it, Dopey. She finds her here, we're lost.
Lost?
Not you, Dopey, all of us.
Oh, but you'll never find me here. And if you let me stay, I'll keep house for you. I'll wash and sew and sweep and cook.
Can you make lapple dumplings? Lumple dumplings?
Apple dumplings.
Oh, yes. Crapple dumplings?
Yes, and plum pudding and gooseberry pie.
Gooseberry pie.
Wait a minute, you crazy fools. You're going to lose your heads over a gooseberry pie? I say she goes.
I say she stays.
I say she goes.
I say she don't.
She does.
She don't.
She will.
She won't.
Does. Don't. Does.
Don't.
Does. Don't. Oh, you're a pot-bellied old hop-toad.
Who's a belly-potted old flop-load? A hop-jelly, a flop...
You're a flop-bellied... Told you. Oh, you got me doing it.
I say she stays.
How'd you like someone to twist your nose for you?
Twist my nose or you wouldn't dare.
Let go of my nose. Stop, please, stop. Oh, don't let me break up your happy home. I'll go.
Good riddance.
I'm not afraid of the dark woods at night and the goblins.
The goblins?
Think of the ghosts, the demons.
Yes.
The dragons.
Yeah, but think of our gooseberry pie.
Our gooseberry pie. It'll taste mighty good. Raisins in the crust. Melt in your bowels.
Can eat till you bust. Yeah. All right. We'll let her stay, but just till we get that pie.
So ends the first act of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. During our brief intermission, let's take a flying trip from the land of fantasy to everyday life, to the home of our friends, the Browning family. It's the night after Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature is stirring. Except Dot and Midge. They're still up, having a little last-minute fun going over their presents.
Gee, that music box is divine. Makes me think of moonlight and roses. Oh, wasn't Dad a lamb to give it to me?
Yes, and wasn't Cousin Lou an angel to give me all this lovely lingerie? Oh, look at this nightgown, Midge. Isn't it sweet?
Oh, it's adorable. Hold it up to you, Dot.
Oh, look at it float.
It's a dream, all right. Are you going to wear it tonight?
Oh, my goodness, no. I'm going to keep all these things for my best.
Why, girls, aren't you ready for bed yet?
We can't decide what to wear, Mother. At least Dot can't. She wants to hoard all her lingerie.
Why, the things are so beautiful, Dot. I'm surprised you don't start right in wearing that lovely nightgown.
Well, that's just it, Mother. They're all so lovely. I'm afraid to wash them too often, so I'm going to kind of save them.
Oh, nonsense, dear. They look beautifully. You just wear them and get the use out of them. But you will use Lux Flakes, won't you?
Oh, I will, Mother.
And I hope you make it one of your New Year's resolutions, too, Midge.
I solemnly swear that I will use Lux, always Lux, and nothing but Lux, and I won't forget. Hope.
We'll hold you to that, Mitzi.
And now, girls, get to bed.
Good night, Mother. Pleasant dreams.
Yes, Dot can rest easy about her lovely new nightgown, and all her underthings for that matter. Gentle Lux removes soil like magic, and at the same time leaves colors and materials looking like new. As Mother Browning knows so well, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. That's because there's no harmful alkali to hurt delicate fabrics or fade colors. Use Gentle Lux Flakes for your own nice things, to keep them dainty and new-looking longer. Now, here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs are ready to go on with their story. In a far-off world long, long ago, our Princess Fair with skin like snow was taken in as cook by the 7 little men, by Happy and Bashful and Sleepy and Duck and Sneezy and Grumpy and Dopey. She was taken in as cook in the house in the glen, and we hope she'll be happy with the 7 little men. We hope she'll be happy as a young girl should, with 7 little men so kind and good. With Happy and Bashful and Sleepy and Duck and Sneezy and Grumpy and Dopey. Knock on wood. It's supper time now in the cottage, and as softly as they're able, the 7 dwarfs with gentle grace all tiptoe to the table.
Oh, just a minute, please. Supper's not quite ready. You'll just have time to wash.
Wash? I knew there was a catch to it. Why wash?
What for? We ain't going nowhere. Ain't New Year.
Oh, perhaps you have washed.
Well, perhaps, yeah. Perhaps we have.
But when?
When? You said when? Last week, month, year, recently.
Yes, recently.
Oh, recently. Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Why, Doc, I'm surprised. Come on, Bashful, let's see yours. Oh, that will never do. And Dopey? My. This is worse than I thought. Now, all of you run right outside and wash yourselves. And don't forget behind the ears and under the beard. And comb your hair nice and neat. Go on now, or you'll not get a bite to eat.
All right. It's cold.
I guess we gotta do it, man. Stand around the tub. We all gotta wash.
Women.
Courage, man. Courage. Don't be nervous.
Gosh, it's wet. It's cold, too. We ain't gonna do it, are we?
Well, it'll please the princess.
I say we take a vote.
All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. What about Dopey? He don't count. Does too.
Listen, Dopey. If you're for pleasing the princess, ring your bell once. If you're not in favor, ring it twice. Understand?
He understands. 1 ring for yes and 2 for no, eh, Dopey?
Well, which is it?
I told you he didn't count.
I think we ought to wash anyhow.
Me too. Her wiles are beginning to work. But I'm warning you. You give them an inch and they'll walk all over you.
Oh, don't listen to that old warthog. Come on now, man.
How hard do you scrub? Will her whiskers shrink?
Do you get in the tub?
Do you have to wash where it doesn't show?
Now, don't get excited. Here we go. I vote that's the best supper I ever had.
Me too, Doc. Me too.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you liked it.
I can still taste that pie. Gosh, I'm full. Right up to here.
What's that, Grumpy?
I said,
And your plate's clean.
well, you gotta eat something after working all day. What do you say we go to bed?
Not yet. Gosh, no, 'tain't bedtime yet. I'm all set for a ramberty, banjerie. How about a song? Go on, Happy. You're first.
I like to dance and tap my feet, but they won't keep in rhythm. You see, I washed them both today, and I can't do nothing with them.
Easy, Slick.
A minute after I was born, it didn't have a nightie, so I tied my whiskers round my legs, and I used them for a nightie.
And now, Bashful. Go ahead, Bashful.
Oh, gosh. I chased a polecat up a tree way out upon a limb. And when he got the best of me, I got the worst of him.
Oh, that was fun.
Now, you do something.
Well, what shall I do?
Tell us a story.
Yes, tell us a story. A true story.
A love story.
Well, once there was a princess,
Was the princess, you?
and she fell in love.
Was it hard to do?
It was very easy. Anyone could see that the prince was charming, the only one for me.
Was he strong and handsome?
Was he big and tall?
There's nobody like him anywhere at all.
Did he say he loved you?
Did he steal a kiss?
He was so romantic, I could not resist.
Listen, it's 12 o'clock, men. Mine for Ted. Time for bed.
Oh, my. Good night. Good night, everybody. Pleasant dreams.
Midnight. Slave in the magic mirror, come from the farthest space.
What wouldst thou, Queen?
Magic mirror on the wall, who now is the fairest one of all?
Over the 7 jeweled hills, beyond the 7th wall, in the cottage of the 7 dwarfs, dwells Snow White, fairest one of all.
Snow White lies dead in the forest. The huntsman has brought me proof. Behold her heart.
Snow White still lives, the fairest in the land. Is the heart of a pig you hold in your hand.
The heart of a pig? Then I've been tricked. The heart of a pig, a blundering fool. I'll go myself to the dwarf's cottage in a disguise so complete no one will ever suspect. I'll transform my beauty into ugliness. Change my queenly raiment to a peddler's cloak. Mummy dust to make me old. To shroud my clothes the black of night. To age my voice an old hag's cackle. To whiten my hair a scream of fright. A blast of wind to fan my hate. A thunderbolt to mix it well. Now, begin thy magic spell. Look, my hand, my voice, my voice. A perfect disguise. And now a special sort of death for one so fair. What shall it be? Ah, the poisoned apple. Sleeping death. One taste of the poisoned apple and the victim's eyes will close forever in the sleeping death. But wait, there may be an antidote. Nothing must be overlooked. My book of drugs. Ah, here it is. The victim of the sleeping death can be revived only by love's first kiss. Love's first kiss. No fear of that. The dwarfs will think she's dead. She'll be buried alive. Buried alive.
Thank you for saving me from the jealous queen. And bless the 7 little men who've been so good to me. And make my dreams come true. Amen. Oh, yes. And please make Grumpy like me. He really isn't grumpy. He's a dear. And if he likes me, I can stay. I'll be so safe and happy here. Amen.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs have ended the second act of their adventures. They're not going away, though. They'll be here again in a very little while to continue telling you their story. That will be Act 3. Right now, in our intermission time, Mr. DeMille and our guest of honor are going to kind of talk things over.
It's now my happy privilege to bring to the microphone one of the truly great men of the motion picture industry. Our distinguished guest is so well known that even to mention his name is utterly superfluous, like gilding the lily.
Well, thanks.
Therefore, I will not mention his name. Indeed, our guest is so modest and publicity shy that the mere mention of his forthcoming productions would send a shudder down his spine.
Huh?
Therefore, I'll refrain from any mention of them.
Not even one?
Instead, I'll let him interview me about my work.
I must say, this is rather unexpected.
Oh, go on. Just ask me one little question about Union Pacific.
What for? I know all about it.
Now, Mr. Disney... Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is Walt Disney.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Mr. Disney is now at work on his next feature.
And the title is Pinocchio.
Yes, and now
I
that
have
you-
another named Bambi.
Bambi, yes, and now that you...
And then Alice in Wonderland comes after that.
Yes. And now, if you'll please let me say just a word about my picture.
You know, I've gotten a whole new slant from Union Pacific. It has thousands of miles of railroad track, hundreds of Indians, hundreds of assorted actors, all in authentic costumes, thousands of...
Yeah, wait a minute. You forgot Lux. Hundreds of boxes of Lux.
Back in the unwashed 60s? Never.
No, but Lux takes an active part in every DeMille production. It's the backbone of the wardrobe department. It helps those costumes start out fresh and clean every morning. But picking up where you left off, Walt.
Well, seeing how tremendous your pictures are, if I had to make Snow White over again, I'd have 700 dwarfs instead of only 7. I'd have 70,000. And they'd all be giants except one. And he'd be taller than the rest. And instead of buzzards following the old witch, I'd have bombing planes. And for a climax, the Wicked Queen sells Snow White a poisoned fruit stand. I think I'll do it.
Yeah, you're all wrong, Walt. What people want is more fantasy, sweetness, whimsy. Or just call it more Snow White. I think what I could do with Union Pacific if I had the Disney touch. My hero could be a steam engine, a prince in disguise. One day as he was passing the roundhouse, he heard a sweet voice singing. And looking over the garden wall, he saw a beautiful coal car.
Yes, Mr. DeMille, that's colossal.
And though she was a shabby coal car, she was really a princess. Her name was Snow White.
No, Mr. DeMille, if you do, I'll sue you.
They fall in love. But the Great West in those days was a trackless wilderness. So one day, the handsome young locomotive says to his beloved,
Baby, we gotta make tracks.
Well, in a crude way, that's the idea. But let's get serious, Walt. In making your pictures, do you follow any ironclad rules?
Just one. Never do anything that somebody else can do better. That's why we ordinarily sidestep stories that could be done successfully in live action instead of animated action.
And what about the future, as the art of animating human figures develops?
We'll never do Hamlet.
And want to bet?
Well, to be honest, our medium is so young and so unexplored and so fascinating that we have to guard against daydreaming. We have too many immediate problems. And I think my most immediate problem is to let you get back to the play.
Sit down then, Walt. But don't go away.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille.
We'll be calling on you a little later. Once again, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Through black of night, the jealous queen, her deadly charm devised, flies toward the cottage in the glen as a witch disguised. In fiendish glee, she swears with every breath, the poisoned apple shall be Snow White's death. It's morning. At the doorway of the cottage in the glen stands Snow White and the 7 little men. Eagerly, they wait their turn in line because they know each one will get a kiss as off to work they go.
Now, don't forget, my dear.
Don't forget what?
The old queen's a sly one. She's full of witchcraft. So beware of strangers.
Don't worry, Doc. I will. And I'll have dinner all ready for you when you get back. Now, here's your kiss.
Yeah, well, come on, men. Let's go.
And now you, Bashful.
Now, be awful careful, because if anything should ever happen to you,
Oh, goodbye, Bashful.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, Dopey. Of course there's a kiss for you. Oh.
Now, remember, Princess, be sure to watch out.
I'll be very careful. Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye, Princess.
Now, who's next? Oh, Dopey, didn't I just say goodbye to you? Well, all right, but it's the very last one. Oh. Goodbye, Sleepy. Goodbye, Happy. And goodbye. Oh, Grumpy.
Now, I'm warning you. Don't let nobody or nothing in the house.
Why, Grumpy, you do care.
Well, what if I do?
Oh, Grumpy, here.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye. Why, Dopey, what do you mean by... Oh.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Hi-ho, 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 it's off to work we go. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
My friends will come, someday we'll meet again. Who is it? Who is it? Just a minute. Oh.
Good day, my pet. All alone?
Why, yes, I am, but...
The little men are not here?
No, they're not, but...
Making pies?
Yes, gooseberry pies.
It's apple pies that make the men folks' mouths water. Pies made from apples like this one.
Oh, it does look delicious.
Yes, but wait till you taste it, dearie. Like to try it? Hmm? Go on. Have a bite.
What did you say, Bert? But why shouldn't I eat it? Because why?
Go away, you pesky bird, go away!
Oh, don't hit them, please. What did you say, Bert?
What was it? What did they say?
I don't know. Something about telling the little men.
The little men, the beastly little men. Oh, my heart. Let me come in and sit down.
Oh, why, of course.
Thank you, my pet. And now, because you've been so good to poor old Granny, I'll share a secret with you. This is no ordinary apple. It's a magic wishing apple.
A wishing apple?
Yes. One bite and all your dreams will come true.
Really?
Yes, girlie. Now, make a wish and take a bite.
Oh, it looks awfully nice, but... Oh, there's a storm coming up. I'd better close the window.
No. There's plenty of time, my dear. Now, here's the apple, the wishing apple. There must be something your little heart desires. Perhaps there's someone you love.
Well, there is someone.
I thought so. Old Granny knows a young girl's heart. Now, take the apple, dearie, and make a wish.
I wish.
That's it. Go on.
I wish for my prince to come for me. I wish that he'll carry me away to his castle, where we'll live happily ever after.
Fine. Now take a bite. Don't let the wish grow cold. There. That's it. Did it taste good, my pet?
Oh, I feel so free.
Her breath will fill. Her blood congeal. The sleeping death. She cannot stand. Now I'm the fairest in the land. What's that? The little men return. Now hurry. Away to the farthest mountain top. To a witch's lair. Let them follow if they dare.
Which way did she go?
There she is.
Well, what you standing here for? Up the mountain after her, men. Up the mountain.
I see her now. It's Lauren, the lightning flash.
Don't let her get away. Get up.
Around that cliff. She can't get down.
Be careful, men. She's desperate. Watch out for that rock. She's throwing rocks down off the hill.
She'll kill us all. Get back, man. Get back.
No, go on. Surround the old witch. Surround her.
Look.
Get the lightning. It's striking all around her. She fell.
Fell right past her. I could feel the wind.
Struck by lightning. Serves her right. Well, men, the wicked queen is dead. Good riddance, I say.
Doc, Grumpy, Doc.
Here's Happy. Good news, Happy. The lightning hit her and she fell off the cliff. She's dead. Well, why don't you cheer? I can't. 'Cause Snow White, she's dead too. Well, there's
she is, man. Don't she look pretty? Just like she wasn't dead at all. She looks so pretty. I can't think of burying her.
No, we can't bury her, man. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll build a glass coffin. Glass of gold.
And we'll keep flowers around it all the time. Please, no goldenrod.
No goldenrod, Sneezy.
Cause I'm gonna sit beside her and watch her all the time. Put the violets here, Sneezy. And the sweet peas there. Dopey's daffodils at the side.
Listen, man. Somebody's coming this way.
Riding a horse. What's he want? Tell him to go away.
We can't do that. Why? He's a prince. A prince? Sure. Look at his clothes. He's a prince, all right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Highness.
Is there something wrong? There are tears in your eyes.
Snow White is dead. And there she lies.
Snow White is dead?
Yes, dead.
And I've been searching far and wide. Here, let me kneel at her side. Oh, princess, ne'er was one so fair, with snow white skin and raven hair.
Oh, gosh. He's giving her a kiss. He loves her. Gosh. And he's her prince.
The one she spoke of in the story.
Never mentioned his name since.
Did someone call?
The princess spoke. Look, she's awake.
The spell is broke.
She's going to live.
She isn't harmed. Only sleep.
Just a charm.
It was I who called.
My prince.
Oh, Snow White, they thought you dead, these little men.
I think I must have been. But then, you kissed me. Or did I only dream?
Oh, no dream, I did. I've searched for you so far.
And I've been waiting for you so long.
You knew I'd come?
I knew. Someday. Someday, my prince will come. Someday we'll meet again.
And away to my castle we'll go. To be happy forever, I know.
Goodbye, little men. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bashful and Sleepy and Sneezy.
Goodbye.
Oh, please don't be sad, little men. I'll be coming back again.
You will?
Once every year we'll meet, and I'll cook for you too, and I'll make your house neat. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. That prince, he better treat her right.
So we say goodbye to lovely Snow White and her fairy prince. And in just a moment, you'll hear Mr. DeMille in a personal chat with Walt Disney. But now, I'd like to give a little friendly advice to the women in our audience. All those nice underthings you got for Christmas, you want them to stay dainty and fresh and new-looking a long time, don't you? Well, why don't you do what Mother Browning suggested? Why don't you plan to give all those lovely, fragile things the care they deserve? Gentle Lux care. Keep a box of Lux Flakes on your bathroom shelf. And after every wearing, take your nice underthings and plunge them into a big bowl full of Lux suds. Those soft, pure suds whisk away every trace of soil and leave your things dainty and new-looking. There's no harmful alkali to hurt fine materials or fade delicate colors. In fact, Lux is safe for anything safe in water alone. Try it. Buy Lux Flakes in the economical large size tomorrow.
Now, Mr. DeMille. Picking up where we left off between the acts, here's Walt Disney to continue his animated conversation in a more serious vein.
You'll be sorry, Mr. DeMille.
Tell me, just how old a story is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Well, it's so old that no one knows when or where it was first told.
Is it true that it wasn't published until the Grimm brothers came along?
Yes, just about 100 years ago. Jacob Grimm was a very learned man, a scientist. You'd hardly think he'd go in for fairy tales. But just as a hobby, he and his brother collected a lot of old folk stories and legends, put them into a book, and called the book Grimm's Fairy Tales.
In their written form, Walt, fairy tales are supposedly only for children. But when you bring one to the screen, it captivates everyone. Age, language, race make no difference. What's the secret?
Well, here's half an answer. Over at our place, we're sure of just one thing. Everybody in the world was once a child. We grow up. Our personalities change. But in every one of us, something remains of our childhood.
You mean that's the common denominator?
That just about sums it up, Mr. DeMille. The same level you speak of knows nothing of sophistication and distinction. It's where all of us are simple and naive, without prejudice and bias. We're friendly and trusting. And it just seems to me that if your picture hits that spot in one person, it's going to hit that same spot in almost everybody. So in planning a new picture, we don't think of grown-ups and we don't think of children, but just of that fine, clean, unspoiled spot down deep in every one of us that maybe the world has made us forget and that maybe our pictures can help recall. But when a picture maker turns philosopher, Mr. DeMille, it's time for him to quit. So thanks for your swell treatment of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And good night. Good night.
That was Walt Disney, whose magic turns a theater ticket into a grand adventure. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word about our program for next Monday night. The past year has seen Errol Flynn rise to the heights of Hollywood stardom. In successive films like The Perfect Specimen, Robin Hood, and Dawn Patrol, he's proved himself a master of romantic comedy, adventurous melodrama, and straight dramatic roles. We hear this versatile and dashing gentleman next Monday night in the first of these hits, The Perfect Specimen. And co-starred, as she was in the picture, is another favorite, the delightful Joan Blondell. And so the Lux Radio Theater says goodbye to 1938. We who are behind the scenes are not alone in making these presentations possible. If our efforts have brought you pleasure, won't you remember that in the Lux Radio Theater is the means taken by the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap to show their gratitude for your loyalty to these fine products. All of us then work together. And in 1939, our goal is again your entertainment and your friendship. A year of greater joys to be shared with you in the Lux Radio Theater. From all of us goes the hope that the new year will light your hearts and homes with happiness and health. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Errol Flynn and Joan Blondell in Perfect Specimen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Kentucky. Your announcer has been Melville Roy. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is paper. P-A-P-E-R.
You say that every week, don't you?
Really?
You bet your life, huh?
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission. and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
First, we have a housewife and a man with an interesting occupation, Groucho. Mrs. Helen Pfeiffer and Mr. Milt Whistler. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Helen Pfeiffer and Milt Whistler, huh? Well, so far we've got 2/3 of a bugle corps. Mrs. Pfeiffer, where are you from?
Well, Mr. Marks, I was born in Bayou Sara, Louisiana.
Where is that exactly, say, in relation to Baton Rouge?
Bayou Sara used to be about 100 miles south of Baton Rouge, just across the Mississippi River.
What do you mean it used to be? Did the alligator swallow it up?
Almost. You see, the Mississippi River just washed it away. It flooded, and Bayou Sara went down to the bottom.
That's so. Well, that's not very handy if you want to go to the post office, is it? You're Milt Whistler, is that right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you've had all the jokes about Whistler's mother.
I'm afraid so. That's been run into the ground.
Been running the ground, you say?
I'm afraid so, yes.
Well, I'll get in a hole someplace and try it again. What is your hometown?
I was born in Los Angeles, just below the Coliseum.
Well, you must see the football games free then, huh?
No, I didn't get a lifetime pass.
What sort of work do you do now that you're out of the Coliseum?
I'm a rose hybridist.
Rose hybridist? I knew her very well, eh?
You did? Good.
She had a pair of the prettiest stems I ever saw. Now, just what is a hybridist?
Hybridist is a man who makes his living crossing plants.
Well, don't ever cross a snapdragon. You'll take a bite out of your plants if you do that. Well, I don't understand. What is the purpose of all this double crossing?
Well, the end result is a new variety or a new strain with improved characteristics such as longer bud form, better foliage, more vigor, more fragrance, better bloom habit.
You mean every time you cross the flowers they improve?
No, not every time.
No,
not by a long shot.
Have you developed any new roses yourself? I have a neurosis. Any new roses, I mean.
Yes, I've developed 4 or 5. Our firm, Germain's, have introduced varieties such as Candle Glow, Amigo, Grand Canyon, Old Historic, Sun Valley, and Chrysler Imperial.
Chrysler Imperial?
Yes, Chrysler Imperial. Very fine rose.
What about calling one the Groucho Special? After all, I'm sort of the flower of American manhood.
You got any varieties to suggest as parents?
Well, that's what they mean when they call me a blooming idiot. Well, I'd like to go on talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Tonight we've got a surprise for you. We've added something to the quiz. You play the game exactly the same way with this exception. We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right, now let's play it and see how it works. You selected movie quiz.
70. Want to try with 70?
70? $70. All right. Who plays the title role in the motion picture Julius Caesar?
Oh, I know. Oh. I know, and I just couldn't think of it.
I know. Sometimes you get nervous up here. It was Louis Calhoun.
Oh.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you now have $50.
Is that clear? Instead of having 100, you now have 50.
I'm sorry.
It's rather 30.
Okay.
30. Betty Grable and Marilyn Monroe are 2 of the 3 female stars in How to Marry a Millionaire. Who was the third?
No, you said Lauren Bacall, Betty Grable, and Marilyn Monroe.
That's right. So you got the whole 3.
Well, your bankroll is climbing again. You now have $80.
Now you have $80. Now what do you want to try?
Let's try the $80.
All right.
$80? What is James Wong Howe's job in the making of a movie?
He's a cameraman.
That is true. He's a cameraman.
Your bankroll now amounts to $160.
Which question do you want this time?
Shall we take the 90? Do you want to take the 90? All right, the $90 one.
90. Who is the director of such pictures as The African Queen and Moulin Rouge? Who is the director? Very famous director.
Oh.
All right, Isabel.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should have known it. It's John Huston.
And you wind up with $80.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a man with an unusual occupation, Groucho. His name is Mr. Art McBride. His partner, Dr. Eleanor Fraser, was chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Eleanor Fraser and Art McBride, huh? Dr. Eleanor Fraser, huh? You're Art McBride, huh? Eleanor, you're a doctor?
Yes, I am.
Well, compared to my doctor, you're certainly a treat instead of a treatment. Where are you from, Doc?
Well, I was born in Woodlake, California. That's a small town on the way to Sequoia National Park, but now I live in Laguna Beach.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Not married, huh? Really? Being a doctor, I thought maybe by this time you'd have some guy all sewed up. How old are you, Doc?
I'm 26.
26. Well, that's a very nice age for a doctor. What kind of a doctor are you? Are you horse, human, or tree?
Well, I'm an intern, but I'm planning to specialize in radiology.
Where do you do your interning?
At Los Angeles County Hospital. That's the second largest hospital in the world.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Does a doctor make pretty good money? I understand they're all loaded.
Well, I'm not. I make $75 a week, and when taxes, a month.
$75 a month?
Yes, and after taxes
I was going to propose to you.
After taxes are taken out, it's $71.30.
After all the medical education you've had, huh? You could make more money slicing salami in a delicatessen. As a matter of fact, there's not too much difference. Well, I admire you, Doctor. When a pretty girl devotes her life to helping other people, she deserves a lot of credit. You can operate on me anytime you want. And you're Art McBride?
That's right, Groucho.
Where are you from?
Well, I was from Canada, from Vancouver, but I've been in the United States many years.
Why did you leave Vancouver?
Ran out of fish up there.
Were you a fisherman?
That's right. I was in the commercial fishing for about 25 years.
And what sort of work do you do now?
I have the Ocean Aquarium down at Hermosa Beach, Groucho.
Oh.
About 12 miles south of here.
What kind of a place is that?
It's a public aquarium with a display of all the different types of fish. There's sharks and seals and sea lions and bat rays, electric eels, piranhas, and big octopus. I could go on naming a lot of things.
Octopus?
That's right.
What is the plural of octopus, do you know?
Octopi or octopuses. Whichever you want.
What is the most interesting exhibit you have to offer?
We have a new one, Groucho. It's Winnie the Whale with the...
Winnie the Whale?
With the detachable tail.
Oh. Is that anything like Minnie the Moocher? I beg you, it sounded like you said Winnie the Whale with a detachable tail. Would you give me that again?
Yeah, that is correct.
That is correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
What do you mean, a detachable tail?
Well, it's about a year and a half ago that Winnie was a California gray whale swimming out in the ocean, quite happy. And the
How do you know?
Well, I'll take that back. She was swimming out in the ocean. And
it's not easy to know when a whale is happy. I've hung around a lot of them, believe me. They're tough going. They won't say, they can have a headache and you won't get a peep out of them. They just sit there and spout. Well, tell us some more about this detachable tail.
Well, the destroyer rammed the Winnie, and the tail was completely cut off by the propellers of the ship. Mm-hmm. The Coast Guard picked the whale up and brought her into shore at San Diego at Mission Bay. I went down with cranes, raised her out, and brought her up to the Ocean Aquarium, and I embalmed the animal.
Well, Art, I think you're a genius. Not only that, but you're a great businessman. A smart operator and a whale of a fellow. Put it that way. I'm just humoring you. I don't take any chances with a screwball who embalms whales. Huh? You know, he might take it in his head to put me on exhibition. Well, I must say I've learned nothing about whales here tonight, but fortunately the time has come to play You Bet Your Life.
Can I ask you a question just before you get on?
Well, it depends.
I was watching one of your shows, Groucho, around Christmas time, and you were going to get a bus for the McKinley School for Boys.
That's true.
Did you get it?
I don't think they've got it yet. Why do you ask?
We have 2 ravens that collect pennies from people. Down at the aquarium, the people give them pennies, and they hide the pennies, and we've been saving them for some good charity. There's about $500 in those sacks, and the ravens, I think, would like to help you with your cause and fix those schoolboys up with a bus.
Well, Art, I think that's a wonderful idea, and I'm pretty sure your $500 should bring their total to just about what they need for a bus.
That's fine.
I'll throw $100 of my own money in there, too. I didn't get it from a raven, but I'll throw mine in there. Well, now we got $600, huh? Well, you know, we've had a lot of interest in this, and during the week I'll find out exactly how it stands and give you a complete report. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple, Mrs. Pfeiffer and Mr. Whistler, won $80. And the secret word is paper.
We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Now, which question do you want to try for? 10, 50, 70, 90, 100?
70.
How much?
70.
70. Now, what do you call the special type of scissors used to cut cloth so it won't ravel?
Pinking shears.
Pinking shears is right.
You now have $170.
See how handy it is to have a girl on the show who does operations? Probably pinked many a customer down. Have you ever had a doctor that looked as good as that?
I'm going to get sick tonight.
I've been sick for 15 minutes. You're going to try 80, eh? What do you call a Russian tea iron with a charcoal heating unit? I'm sure you've heard of it.
Samovar.
That's right, Samovar, best friend.
Your bankroll now stands at $250.
90?
90, eh? $90. What is the one letter of the alphabet that does not appear on the standard dial phone?
I.
No, it's Q.
You now have lost 1/2 of your bankroll, so you have $125.
Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, what do you want to try?
100.
100. What do you call the swinging bar to which the traces of a horse's harness are fastened?
The whipple tree?
Oh, you're so cute. That is absolutely right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $225.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And, Doctor, I'm going to call on you real soon. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some high school girls to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Jan Van Alsten to be our guest. And her partner is Mr. Ed Ryan, Groucho. And when I heard he was in town, I invited him down to the show. And in just a moment, I think you're going to understand why I did. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Butch Beckety, say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Well, what are you, Santa Claus or Rip Van Winkle?
Neither one, Groucho.
Well, who are you?
I'm Ed Ryan.
Well, you're evading the issue. What are you hiding under those whiskers?
I'm not hiding anything, Groucho.
Well, what a waste, huh? There's room under there for a 12-pound turkey and a pumpernickel. You say you're Ed Ryan?
Ed Ryan.
Where are you from, Eddie, my lad?
I'm from the beautiful Black Hills of South Dakota.
Well, welcome to the smoggy plains of Los Angeles. Well, what are you doing in town, Ed? Are you bringing in a load for a mattress factory?
I'm here on a visit, Groucho.
Oh. Well, what do you think of our little city, Ed?
Well, I think it's a wonderful little place. And the people, it has been awful nice to me, Groucho. You've got some pretty darn nice-looking women, too.
Why, Ed, you're nothing but an old Groucho Marx. Let's see, you're Jan Van Alstyne?
That's right.
Well, unless my eyes are deceiving me, you're a very attractive young lady.
Thank you very much.
If your eyes were deceiving you, you could say something nice about me, too. How old are you, Jan?
I'm 16.
16, huh? What, you go to school, I presume, huh?
I do. Santa Monica High School.
Is that where you go, Santa Monica High, huh?
The greatest, finest school in California.
It is, huh? This apple polishing won't do you any good, you know. If your marks aren't satisfactory, you won't pass anyway. Mr. Ryan, let's get back to you. When did you start growing that schnitzel you've got there? Huh?
When I joined the Army, Groucho.
You were in the Army?
Yes.
Well, let me guess. You're certainly too old for the last war. Were you in World War I?
No.
Spanish-American War?
No.
Civil War?
No, I was with General George Custer.
That's impossible. Custer was even before my time. How old do you say you are, Ed?
I'm 97.
Ed, if you're 97, I'm Bing Crosby. Can you prove it?
Yes,
you know, a lot of people say they're 80, 90.
I can, Groucho. Here's my baptismal certificate in black and white.
Baptismal certificate, huh? St. Mary's Church, Centerville, Iowa, July 11th, 1856.
And I was born on June the 23rd, 1856.
Well, say, that's remarkable. You said you don't look 97. By the way, if you were there with Custer, there's a small question I'd like to ask you. Weren't Custer and all his men massacred by the Indians?
Yes, that's right. There was no survivors at the battlefield.
Well, I don't want to be nosy, but you don't look dead to me. How did you get away?
Well, I'm a technical survivor. I was left behind to care for a sick buddy. And by being left behind to care of this sick buddy, I missed the battle.
Oh, well, you certainly were lucky, weren't you? Huh?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do then?
Well, sir, I was so mad at the Army because they hadn't sent me back help to take care of this buddy of mine that I was angry at him, and I just quit the Army and never reported to the Army again.
You never went back to the Army? You mean you went over the hill? You were AWOL?
Well, yes, you could say I was AWOL for 75 years.
Well, if I were you, Ed, I'd sneak back into that camp and keep my mouth shut. You'll never know the difference. And don't worry about the Indians either. They're all busy hunting uranium. Well, hasn't the Army been after you all these years, Ed?
No, Groucho. According to the Army records, I had...
You're dead?
Yes, I'm dead, and my name is on the monument out on the battlefield out there.
Well, Ed, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell a soul. Right at this moment, however, 200 colonels in the Pentagon are getting dizzy just thinking of your back pay. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Just win more than the other couples, and you'll get a crack at the bonanza later on.
In the race for the $1,500, Dr. Fraser and Mr. McBride are leading with $225.
Now, let us see what we have here. We start you off with a $100 bankroll. And whenever you miss a question, you lose half of your bankroll. Is that clear? Mm-hmm. Okay, now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. $10 one is an easy one, and they get progressively harder as you go along. Now, which one do you want?
We'd like to try the $50 one.
50? Is that all right with you?
That's right.
What kind of bird plays an important part in the poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner?
A raven? Would you think if it would be a raven?
No, it's the albatross.
You've lost half of your bankroll, so you now have $50.
Now you have $50. Now what do you want to try?
Let's try the 60. Yeah.
60?
Well, let's try the 40.
40?
Yeah.
40? The name Reynard is associated with what kind of animal?
Would you repeat the question?
The name Reynard, R-E-Y-N-A-R-D, is associated with what kind of an animal? You don't know, guess.
I believe it might be a mince.
No, it's a fox. Well, now you have $25. Is that right, George? Now what do you want to try?
Whatever you choose is okay with me. Yeah.
We'll try the $30.
Sadie, according to the song in the Disney cartoon, who was the bull with the delicate ego? He liked flowers.
Ferdinand.
That is right, Ferdinand. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You now have $55.
Right.
I'm helping you out, George.
You sure are.
Now, what do you want to try? 100? 90? 10? 60? What was the name of President Roosevelt's famous little Scotty?
Bella.
Joe.
Well, that's close enough. It's Fowler, but we give you that one.
And you wind up with $115.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
And that means that Dr. Fraser and Mr. McBride with $225 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Here comes Mr. McBride and the doctor, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Groucho?
Well, Doctor, you
Right
may
here.
only make $71 a month, but here's your chance to become extremely wealthy in one crack. Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You ready? 150 years ago, an emperor crowned himself because he said, "No man is great enough to crown me." For $1,500, who was this emperor? Talk it over. What is the question you two have decided upon?
Try Napoleon.
That was right, Napoleon.
Yes.
Wait a minute. How much else did they win, George?
Well, they won $225 in the quiz, so that's $1,725 altogether.
What are you going to do with all that swag?
Well,
You going to buy your own hospital?
No, I'm not. I'm going to pay back some debts I incurred in medical school.
Oh, and you? Are you going to get a new tail for the whale? Why didn't you get a new whale for the tail?
No, Groucho, I'm leaving in about a week for a trip through Asia. And I think I'll find some place to do something with that money that will help the goodwill of the United States, some children or someone in the audience.
After donating that $500 tonight to the boys' home, I'm sure that you'll do a lot of good with whatever money you got tonight. And good luck, and thanks to both of you. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-price field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Be safe, be seen. At night, wear white. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, how are you, Red?
Well, I'm a little tired, Rod. Cleaning up a studio after Bob Hope gets through with it is no easy job. But we did it in record time tonight, 30 seconds. How am I going to get these egg stains off my shoes, though? You look good tonight. I'm proud of that. That's mine. You look good tonight, Rod. Say, I've never seen you look so healthy. Is that your real complexion, or did you go a little too far with your leg makeup tonight?
Well, I've been out in the sunshine all week, Red.
Oh, been out of town, huh?
Well, say, Red, is Mr. Raleigh still staying at your house?
Yes, I told him to treat my house as if he owned it.
And so?
He sold it this morning. Well, by the way, Mr. Raleigh wants you to tell the listeners that Willie Lump Lump, Deadeye, J. Newton Numbskull, Bolivar Shagnasty, and Jr. all played by one person, me.
Well, how come? How come?
Well, he don't want the people to think everybody on this program's nuts.
I saw you at the races with Mr. Raleigh.
Oh, how are you, Anita?
All right.
Gee, you're awful pretty for a girl. You really are very pretty. You're pretty as a picture tonight.
Well, thank you, Red, and you're prettier than a picture, too.
Yeah? Which one?
Last weekend.
Yeah. You proud of that, ain't you? Say, tell me, Anita, did you have any luck at the races?
No, did you?
No. If I had bet on Paul Revere's horse, the British would have reached Lexington first.
Well, say, Red, did you take Mr. Raleigh out to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio?
Yes, I did. Had a little trouble getting through the gate, though.
Didn't the gate man recognize you?
That's what started the trouble.
Well, I suppose you introduced Mr. Raleigh to all the big stars.
Yeah, and they were all smoking Raleigh cigarettes when we came on the set.
I suppose Mr. Raleigh started smoking, too, huh?
Yes, right after Marilyn Maxwell smiled at him.
Well, good evening, all of my dear, dear friends.
What are you running for? What's on your mind, Mr. Forrester?
Did you show Mr. Raleigh the new cars on display across the street?
You gave that a great reading, you know.
Thank you.
Hardly paid you to join AFRA, did it? Yeah, I should. That's what's good about having a big band. When the audience don't laugh, they come in on it. Yeah, I showed Mr. Raleigh the new improvements on the cars, and they're really something. They have a new thing now for the California cars, a big rubber stamp on the front of it. When you hit a pedestrian, it comes down as it's killed in California. And here's something else nice to hear.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands, certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including eminent throat specialists, have just proved conclusively. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is actually safer to smoke. See if you don't agree. Raleigh's are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that milder, smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now our lovely Anita Ellis will sing Someone to Watch Over Me by George Gershwin.
There's a saying old says that love is blind. Still I'm often told, seek and ye shall find. So I'm going to seek a certain lad I've had in mind. Looking everywhere, haven't found him yet. He's the big affair I cannot forget. Only man I ever think of with regret. There's a somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch over me. I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood. I know I could always be good to one who'll watch over me. Although he may not be the man some girls think of as handsome, to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him, please, to put on some speed? Follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over
Thank you very much, Anita. Tonight, I would like to read from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire a story entitled Stray Animals. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, life really is stranger than fiction. Chapter 84 is entitled The Black and White Kitty. This is the story of Willie Lump Lump, the night owl, and a little unwelcomed animal.
I wonder what time it is.
Well, it's time you got home. I said it's time you begun. Look, be careful going down those steps.
Let me take hold of your arm, will you? Why didn't you tell me you were down at the bottom, huh?
Quiet, Willie. It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
People go to bed at 6 o'clock in this town.
Oh, well, then they shouldn't mind a little noise 3 hours before bedtime.
Come on, get in the car.
Okay, I'll get...
Willie, get out of that trash can. The car's over here.
Let's put wheels on the can. It looks newer, huh? Well, come on, let's get going. I'll drive.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You're not going to drive, are you?
Well, I'll have to. I ain't in no condition to walk. I'm a sick man, aren't I?
You are?
Yeah, I got no strength. You know how you push the covers back in the morning? Well, I use both hands and they still push me back. If Charlie Atlas' mother would only answer my correspondence. I wear suspenders and they lift me 3 inches off the ground.
Well, come on, let's get going.
Okay. Putting chewing gum in these gears, ain't they?
Willie, doesn't your wife get mad at you when you stay out late?
No, she's very considerate, you know. Like today, she sent me to the drugstore to get some arsenic with vitamin B1 in it.
Arsenic with vitamin B1 in it?
Yeah, she wants me to look good after I'm dead.
Well, look, do you stay out every night? Don't you get along?
No, we fight about the least little thing. Now, like tonight, we had a big argument just because I served her 2 scoops of mashed potatoes.
Well, what was wrong with that?
I don't know. It would have been different if my hands hadn't have been clean, you know.
Be careful, Willie. Look out, Willie. There's somebody in the road there. Something.
What's that? That's a cat. Look, a cat. The poor thing's lost.
Oh, look. Keep going, Willie. That's a skunk.
What'd you call me?
I didn't call you anything. I just said that's not a cat.
It is, too. I know a cat when I see one, and he's lost, that's clear.
Well, look, just let it stay lost. What are you going to do?
I'm going to take it home. We got so many mice that they run down the street to meet the grocery truck.
Don't be silly, Willie. Don't you smell something?
No, I got a cold myself.
Oh, come on now. No one ever had a cold that bad.
I'm going to get this cat.
Willie, get out of the road. A car's coming.
Must have been an out-of-towner. He missed me.
Come on, Willie. Let's go.
Not till I catch this cat, boy.
Look, Stooper, man, I'm telling you that's not a cat. Don't you know what a skunk is?
Sure. A skunk is just a cat with a dominating personality. Yeah, come on, I got him. Boy, what a nice cat. Ain't he a beauty?
Well, don't point him at me. Look, I'm getting out of the car, and I'm not going to ride with that thing. I'm going to thumb a ride.
Yeah, good night, bud. See you later. Fine thing. Some people just got no kindness for poor little cats, you know. Come on, get in the back seat there. Make yourself at home. I think my coal's loosening up around. I smell something burning around here. Boy, my wife's gonna love this cat, boy. You're all right, cat. Ooh. I think he's been eating garlic or something. Well, here's your new home, kitty. Come on, boy. Wait till my wife sees you. She'll throw a fit, boy. Come on. Somebody must be making tires around here. Now, here's your new home, cat. Yoo-hoo! Wifey, dear, Alkali is home.
Well, it's about time. Good heavens, what have you got?
It's a cat.
A cat?
Yep.
Oh, don't come near me with that thing, or I'll throw you out the window.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't.
And here's your cat.
Come on, you little stinker, you.
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Ralph Bellamy of Stage and Screen, now starring in Broadway's hit State of the Union, says, quote,
I'm for Raleigh's 100%. I've seen the facts. And I know medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleigh's are right. Right for taste, right for throat.
You're right, Ralph Bellamy. Raleigh's are right. So, friends, next time, try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, milder, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
David Foster and his orchestra now play Temptation. gentlemen, Chapter 87 of Stray Animals, entitled Small Boy and the King of the Bees. All children love animals, and they're forever finding little pets that they can't live without.
Junior, what's wrong with your lips? They're all green.
You know those ferns in the living room?
Yes.
Oh, do you want to go look at them, or do you want to remember them as they were?
Junior, what are you doing with that hatchet?
I'm going to play George Washington and chop down the house. That's what I'm going to do.
You wouldn't do a thing like that. You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo. That's all. Just lean against that post that holds up the roof. Go ahead, boy. What a surprise you.
All right. See? Nothing happened.
I told you you'd be surprised. Hey, what was you yelling for me for, kiddo?
If you run a little errand for me, I'll give you a bright, shiny new penny.
Well, I'd rather have a dull, old, worn-out nickel if I could. Hey, where is it to this time, kiddo?
I want you to go to the store for Granny.
Well, I can't go dressed like this. These pants, I can't wear them.
I think you look elegant. Don't you like the pants I made for you?
No, they're too tight. I can't bend over.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
They'll stretch.
They will?
Go ahead, bend over a few times. You'll make room.
You is right. And I put a little window in the room,
Here, put your overcoat on. Now, let me wrap this muffler.
No, you don't, kiddo. No. You might forget yourself and strangle me.
Junior, I wouldn't harm a hair of your head.
No, but you're not so fussy about the rest of me body, you know.
Now, don't be silly, Junior. Run along to the store.
Now, what does you want me to get?
A dozen eggs.
Dozen eggs.
A loaf of bread. And a pound of butter.
Pound of butter? Butter? What's that?
You wouldn't know. You're too young.
Oh.
And get some frankfurters.
Okay, I go to the store.
Well, Junior, what do you want?
Does you want to know what I want or what I was sent for, huh? I'm proud of that. Give me a loaf of bread, a dozen of eggs, and a pound of, butter, blotter, butter, something like that. I don't know what it is.
Well, I'll give you a quarter of a pound.
No, I want a pound. If it's that hard to get, butter, it must be good, so gives me a whole pound. Either I get a whole pound or that big window will become a memory.
Okay, 1 pound of butter. Here you are.
I knew I would get it. Hey,
now, what else?
I want some frankfurters, some hot dogs. Hamburgers with tights on, you know.
Oh, you're going to eat them for supper?
Hmm?
Going to eat them for supper?
Going to eat them? No. I'm going to use them as handlebar grips on my tricycle. Boy, what a dumb clerk you is. And don't slip me none of them stale ones either. The last frankfurters you showed us, the jackets were so old, they had a belt in the back. Oh, look, a circus wagon. Look.
Oh, that's the keeper of the zoo.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Howdy.
Howdy. Is this your little boy?
Howdy.
No, he's a little boy who belongs down the street.
Yeah.
Well, you better hurry home, kiddo. One of our lions is missing from the zoo.
Well, why should I run? I ain't got him. Besides, I wouldn't know what a lion looked like if I seen him.
Junior, a lion will hurt you.
Yes, I know. Grandpa got beat up for lying to Grandma, you know.
Well, you better hurry home.
Okay, I'm going to hurry up home. I'm going to take a shortcut up this alley, and maybe I can get home before I find out what a lion is. Hippity-hop, hippity-hop. I'm going home from the butcher establishment. I think I run and jump across this mud puddle here. I think I swim across this mud puddle here. I better hurry, though. I gotta... What's that? Goodness, look at that big dog. Ain't he a big brother, look at that red bushy hair he's got. Boy, he look like me with 4 legs, don't he? Boy, he got a big bushy hair. He's shaved off in the middle and got a paintbrush on in his hair. Here, now you shut up. Don't you like me? I like you. I don't really, but I gotta protect myself. Here, now, don't you bite me. You never heard of hydrophobia, had you? I ain't neither, but I gotta scare them, you know. Here, stop sniffing. Stop. What's my, you hungry? Here, I'll give you me hot dog. I'm afraid of you, big chief. I'll just lay them on the ground for you. There. Goodness, look at that. Eat hot dog paper and all. Didn't even ask for any mustard either. Hey, how would you like to go home with me, huh? Oh, I do hope that means yes. I don't think Grandma would let me keep you, though. But I could hide you in my room. Or better still, I could put you in Grandma's room, you know. Boy, what a surprise she would get, huh? And then again, I don't know why I'm wasting my time thinking about it. I'm going to do it anyhow, you know. Come on home, you're going with me. Here, now, you stay outside while I see if this coast is clear inside here now. Oh, boy, there's Grandma's glasses. I better hide them so she won't be able to see the doggy so well. Oh, come on, doggy. Boy, he's a long one, isn't he? Huh?
Junior, is that you? What's happened to your voice?
Too much vitamin B1. Here, come on, kiddo. Come on, little dog. You get in that other room there. Go on now. Come on, hide in there. She won't know it now. Grandma?
Yes? Did you get the groceries?
Yes, I did. Bread, butter, and eggs. The eggs are scrambled, of course, you know. Hey, Grandma, you know what we need around this house?
No, what?
Is a nice little dog, a watchdog.
What have we got to watch?
Well, he could watch me to make sure I don't run away.
And spoil my hopes? Definitely not.
Boy, you sure does love me, don't you?
Good heavens, what was that?
Well, you're going to find out about it anyway. I brought home a widow dog. He's nice and friendly. He's the friendliest little dog you ever seen, you know. He probably eat off your hand, you know. He's so friendly. Come on, I will show him to you. Come on.
My, bark strange. What kind of a dog is he?
He's a Chihuahua.
Junior, he's awful big to be a Chihuahua.
Well, his father was a St. Bernard. Ain't he nice? Look, he let me hug him around the neck.
Junior, don't put your head so close to his mouth.
Now, I will be careful.
Junior, stop it.
Don't worry.
Junior.
Ain't it dark in here?
Junior, come out of there. Oh, dear, you scared the life out of me.
Really?
He might bite your head and break his teeth.
Yeah.
Junior, put him outside.
No, please let me keep him, will you?
Oh, don't
I want to
cry.
keep him.
Don't cry.
I don't have nobody to play with.
Oh, poor baby. Does he want the dog?
Yes, he wants the dog.
Will you be good to him?
Yes, I will be good to him.
Bless his little heart.
Bless his little heart.
Well, let me get a little better look at him.
Yeah.
If I could only remember where I put my glasses. Where did he go?
Gary, he's going up the stairs. Boy, he sure likes you. He can't keep his eyes off of you. He can't. Look, he's almost crawling on his tummy. Look at him. Hold still. I think he's going to jump in your arms. Boy, you ducked just in time, kiddo.
Junior, you get that dog out of here.
I'll put him in the basement till he gets used to the place. Go on, get it. Go on. Hey, what we going to feed him?
Oh, he'll find something.
I'll bet he will.
I wonder if I left my glasses in the living room. Junior, you left that radio on again, didn't you?
I did.
We interrupt this program to announce that a lion has escaped from the zoo and is still at large.
Oh.
The park commissioner wants everyone to use extreme precaution as this beast is a killer.
Good news.
And now we return you to Tubby Blue and his suit flute.
Tonight.
Shut that thing off.
Yeah.
Junior,
What?
don't go outside the house. There's a lion loose.
Really?
A lion!
What's wrong?
Junior! This is the thing in the basement.
What's in the basement?
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
It's not a dog.
It's not a dog.
It's a lion.
It's a lion.
Remember, we'll all be back with you next Tuesday.
Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. As we all know, the housing situation is critical. Let's help returning veterans by staying put if possible. Sharing homes with veterans and listing vacancies in houses for sale at the Veterans Referral Center.
Sir Walter Raleigh. That's the tobacco that leaves your pipe as clean as a whistle. The finest Burley's grown, rich, ripe tobaccos are blended in Sir Walter Raleigh. And then they're mellowed with just a touch of rum to enhance the natural, full-bodied flavor. And you'll like the way Sir Walter Raleigh burns, just right. Slow, even, and cool, right down to the bottom of the bowl. Leaves only a clean, dry ash, never a soggy heel. And Sir Walter Raleigh has such a pleasing aroma, you and your pipe will be welcome anywhere. Next time, gentlemen, get Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And Molly McGee, hurry and get well.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear the Raleigh Room starring Hildegard tomorrow night, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. And return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. At this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, times like these call for real thrift. Yes, we must save money to buy defense bonds, to help in any way we can. But we must be careful to economize wisely, especially when we economize on food, because the health and well-being that comes from nourishing food are vitally important, too. That's why delicious Parquet margarine, the modern margarine made by Kraft, is a good thing to know about these days. First, Parquet is so good-tasting, your family will want to spread it thick on toast, hot rolls, and bread. And Parquet margarine is an economical source of food values important to a balanced diet. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing food, one of the best sources of food energy there is. What's more, serving your family Parquet margarine is a dependable way to give them vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So why not start serving Parquet margarine tomorrow? It's perfectly delicious for table use and for baking and pan frying, too. Yes, you can economize wisely without sacrificing nourishment or flavor if you use Parquet, spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve, who has, as you know, a nephew named Leroy, who has, as you probably don't know, 4 rabbits, named respectively Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and possibly Mo. Right now, they're preparing to go to Fairview, where Leroy is to represent his school at the Junior Rabbit Breeder Show, and all 6 of them are quite hopped up about the trip.
Now, take it easy, Leroy. Just be calm, like me. No use getting all excited about this. Not at all. Where's my briefcase?
Under your arm, Unc.
What? Oh, yes. How did it ever get there? Now about my suitcase. Handkerchiefs, socks. Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Never mind. I found them.
Found what, Mr. Gilsleeve? His socks. Well, what about them?
I found them.
Well, why shouldn't you? They're right there all the time.
Yes, I know.
He found them. Then why call me?
Because I couldn't find him.
But I thought you said...
Oh, never mind. My goodness, anybody'd think we'd never gone any place before.
Well, it's pretty exciting for me, Uncle Mort. Baby, 300 miles. Jeepers.
Leroy, you talk like you'd been chained up in the coal cellar all your life. Didn't you fly to California and back last year?
Well, sure, Unc.
Yes, son. We automotored all over the 47 states 2 years ago.
There are 48 states, Bertie.
Yes, I know that. But when we was in Florida, they never heard of California. And when we was in California, the vice was personal.
Well, anyway, Leroy, you've done a great deal of traveling for a boy your age, and another 300 miles shouldn't mean any more than going down to the corner on Saturday morning for the Sunday morning papers.
But creepers, Uncle Mort, we're going on the train. I never been on a train.
Oh, my goodness, modern youth. Why, when I was just a baby, I can't seem to find my military brushes. Where are they, Bertie?
I put them in your Happy Rock bag, Mr. Gilsleeve.
In my what?
Bertie, could you perchance mean Gladstone bag?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Happy Rock. Well, I guess that's everything. Wait a minute. Leroy?
Yes, Unc?
Did you mail that letter I gave you last night?
Which letter? Oh, well, yes, of course I did.
Good. It was to Cousin Flora, telling her and her husband we're coming to stay with them while we're in Fairview. Won't they be surprised?
Why? Why, Uncle Mort?
Well, because it's an answer to a letter they sent fishing around for an invitation to visit us.
Good thing they ain't coming this week with Miss Marge out of town at that Red Cross training school.
Yes. Well, are you sure you've got everything you'll need, Leroy?
Positive.
Say, if you're going to be on that train when it leaves, you better get mobilized. Where's your rabbits, Leroy?
Out in the hall in that wooden box. The manual training class built it especially for them.
Well, they did a bum job, Leroy. That box is full of holes.
Yep. Holes? Well, that's so the little creatures won't get asphyxiated, Bertie.
Yes, it'll help them breathe, too. Shall I call up and get you a taxi?
Taxi? No, thank you, Bertie. We can pick up one at the drugstore. If we can't, it'll be the first thing I haven't been able to get at that drugstore. Come on, Leroy, let's get going.
Okay, Unc. So long, Bertie. Don't let any Japs get you.
Quit picking on us South Sea folks, Leroy.
Hey, come on, young man. I'll take the suitcases. You bring that crate of clover crunches. If Marjorie gets back to town before we do, Bertie, you tell her where we went.
Yes, sir. I'll tell her that you had to act as a convoy for a bunch of dumb bunnies. And then she'll say...
Never mind. I know what you say. Goodbye.
Bye, Bertie.
Bye, Miss Gilsey. Bye, Leroy.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything, Uncle Mort. Have you got the tickets?
Yeah, the tickets. Don't be ridiculous. Tickets. Oh, wait a minute. I better look to make sure. Yes, here's the envelope. You great Caesar's ghost.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Look, here's my letter to Cousin Flora. I must have sent her the railroad tickets. Oh, now she'll think I want her and that loud husband of hers to come here.
Oh, gee, now how are we going to get to Fairview? Does this mean we're not going?
Now, wait a minute. Don't rattle me, Leroy. Don't rattle me. No time to get reservations. The next train won't get us there in time. Oh, for what a thickhead I turned out to be.
Say, Unc, how about driving?
Yes, it's driving me. Wait a minute. Driving? Why, of course. Let's get the car. Come on. We can put the rabbits in the rear compartment, load up on gasoline, and beat the train to Fairview. That was a fine suggestion. You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Gee, I don't know about that, Unc. I just suggested myself out of my first ride on a railroad train.
How far is it to the next town, Leroy?
Well, according to the sign we passed 10 miles ago, it's 3 miles. While according to the map, it's 6. But according to all the houses around here, we're almost there.
Yeah, thank goodness. I hope the road gets better from here on. So far, it's been terrible. It's had more hairpins than a dime store. And what's more, it's full of Charlie holes.
Don't you mean chuck holes, Uncle Mort?
Yes, but this is a road I don't want to become familiar with, Leroy.
Yeah, we haven't hit a straight stretch for hours.
That's right. For every mile forward that we go, we travel 2 from side to side and 3 up and down. This isn't a road, it's a Laconga line. Why, when I think of... we almost went in the ditch that time.
Why don't you try driving in the ditch? It might be smoother.
Yes. Leroy, this is no time to horse around. Well, if there was a horse around, I'd trade it in for this car.
You know, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Hungry? Well, so am I. Strange how much exercise you can get just bouncing up and down, isn't it?
Let's stop and eat at the next stop and eat.
It's all right. That place up ahead doesn't look bad. However, we're so far behind schedule, let's just get some sandwiches to eat along the way. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Come on, Leroy.
I'm right with you, Unc.
Oh, my. And to think if we hadn't mailed those tickets, we'd have been sitting in a comfortable train counting the telephone poles instead of dodging them. Yeah. Let's sit here at the counter, eh?
Tired, Uncle Mort?
Just my eyes, Leroy. Funny, I'd swear I was seeing gravy spots in front of them.
That's easy, Unc. You're looking at the waiter's apron.
Yeah? Oh, of course, yeah, that's it. What'll you have, Leroy?
A ham sandwich?
Same thing for me, waiter, and we'll take them with us. Say, look, they've got cherry pie, Leroy. Would you care for a slice?
No, thanks, Unc. After that road we were on, I couldn't stand anything else with pits in it.
Now, how long did it take you to drive from Fairview, Mr. Toby?
Oh, about 7 hours, McGuire. At this rate, I should be in Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but I couldn't help overhearing that last remark. Don't count on getting to Summerfield by 10 o'clock tonight, sir.
No? Why not?
Because these blasted roads are in a blasted condition.
Oh, you don't like our roads, huh?
And now, McGuire, take it easy. What's wrong with our roads?
What isn't? And you take it easy, too, mister. Don't get angry at me just because I warned you about that collection of bumpy ruts ahead of you.
I accept that as a personal insult.
Huh?
Gee whiz, is it your road?
Well, I'm the superintendent of road maintenance for this section, and this is State Highway Commissioner Toby.
Yeah? What am I supposed to do? Get down on my hands and knees and bump my head on the floor? What? If you think I'm going to back up and crawl, Commissioner, you're mistaken. I've done all my backing up and crawling for the day on that blankety-blank road of yours this afternoon.
Say, I don't like your attitude.
And I don't like your highway. Looks like it was surveyed through the bottom of a beer bottle. Yes, and built by a hillbilly with the hiccups.
Now, look here. You're doing Mr. McGuire an injustice.
Yeah?
He and his men have been constructing that road for the past 6 years.
I know that. I saw the signs all along the way. Slow men at work.
Well, that's enough. I'm going to hand this guy a face full of fists. Let me at him, then what?
Here's our sandwiches, Leroy. Mister, you're mighty lucky we're in a hurry. Come on, Leroy, let's stop tearing down the Commissioner's Highway and start tearing down the Commissioner's Highway.
Okay, I'm coming. Gee, you certainly told him off, didn't you?
Yeah, did you see the look on that guy McGuire's face?
Ain't you going to finish your steak, Commissioner?
No, the mood's gone. I might as well get started. Oh, waiter, the check.
No. Let me pay for it.
No.
Yes.
Well, all right.
Hey, waiter, keep the change. Now, Commissioner, don't let that big blimp get your goat. What does a mug like that know about the heartaches of building roads?
Yes, you're right, McGuire. Hey, I thought I parked my car about here.
Are you sure?
Well, I think so. I remember it was near this truck.
Here it is, Commissioner.
That's strange. Could someone have moved it? Hey, hold on a minute, Mac. That isn't my car.
It ain't. It certainly looks like it.
Sure, it's same make, same model, same color, but those aren't my official license plates.
Hey, that's right.
Oh, now I wonder who could have been so chuckle-headed as to pull a trick like this.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
That's the name of the bird that owns this car. Here's his registration certificate.
Well, we've got to get that car of mine back, McGuire. We've got to send out a police warning over the radio to the Highway Patrol.
Sure, Commissioner. We'll get it back all right. You needn't worry or get excited.
You don't understand. There's been a rock slide on the road near Summerfield, an emergency, and I've got 100 pounds of explosives in the rear compartment of my car.
You notice how much more pep the car seems to have now, Leroy? I really get a bang out of driving a car with oomph.
Yeah, careful of that bump, Unc.
Huh? Yes. Oh, quite a bounce, wasn't it? I can't get over how much better the car runs. If it keeps up like this, it'll feel as if we had wings, Leroy. Hold on, here comes the curve. Oh, yeah.
You better go easy on those tires, Unc.
Huh?
Remember, you can't get any new ones until the FBI investigates you and finds out you're an ambulance or something.
Yes. Well, these tires are good for thousands of miles yet, Leroy. Oh! Hey, these roads. I hope that didn't hurt any of our little cottontail cuties in the rear there. Well, I guess they're well padded.
Yeah, I can hear the box bouncing up and down.
You can?
Maybe I better get it and hold it in my lap.
No, don't do that. They'll be happier if they don't get a look at this road. Besides...
Look out for that red lantern.
What red lantern? Oh, that red lantern. Oh. No wonder I couldn't see it. A big pile of dirt behind it, Leroy. Well, here's the end of the detour. Now I'm really going to hit it up. And Leroy...
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I want you to keep a sharp lookout in back. If you see any highway patrol cars with red lights flashing and cops in them, you just nudge me. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, good. I don't expect to get it. Oh, Leroy, don't bump me.
That wasn't a bump, Unc. That was a nudge.
Nudge? Oh, my goodness. Yes, now I can see him. I better stop, eh? I can't imagine what in the world I've done.
Well, Uncle Mort, I have an idea.
Be quiet, young man. Oh, here they come. Good evening, boys.
Good evening, Chief.
Chief?
Shh, he thinks I'm an Indian. What can I do for you, boys?
Just stay where you are, sir. We'll have the fire out in a minute.
Yes, fire?
Just one of your rear brakes. Bring me that extinguisher, Mike.
Oh.
Here you are, Sid. Any button you coat, it's the commissioner. Thanks.
Say, what's going on back there, boys?
Nothing to get excited about, Chief. One of the brakes must have locked.
Oh, my goodness. It's lucky you put it out before it got to that box of rabbits. I better look to see how they are, Unc.
No, Leroy. They're probably sleeping. Let's let sleeping rabbits lie.
I don't think any harm was done. You'll just watch your brakes for a ways, Chief.
Well, thank you very much, boys. Anytime I can do anything for you, I got a card here someplace.
Oh, we know who you are.
Oh, you do? Well, I never knew I was that famous.
Sure, you're a big man in this state. Sid, he'd be a big man in any state.
Yeah. Well, I got to be getting along now. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. Now, there's a genuine guy, the commissioner. Yeah, don't act no different than you and me. You or I, Sid. You know, he's a lot better looking than his pictures do him justice. Yeah. But don't you think he's a little fatter? No, not fatter, Sid. Heavier setter. You see, fatter isn't a respectful way to describe a state commissioner. Yeah, but on him it looks good. Well, let's get into the heap and start rolling again. Yeah.
Attention all highway patrols.
Hey, listen.
Be on lookout for large gray sedan, license 4X669.
That number's familiar.
A state car assigned to Highway Commissioner Toby.
Oh, that guy that was just here.
Taken from Junction Grill an hour ago by a stout man and a small boy with a black mustache.
A small boy with a black mustache. Hey, that's the guy who... Why, that fat rat.
Handle situation with care, boys. Rear end of car is loaded with explosives.
Come on, Mike. Let's go get him. Yeah. There they are. Right up ahead. Get closer. Hey, what are you doing? Shooting at the rear tires. Hey, wait a minute. That car's full of explosive. Oh, my gosh. Don't get too close, Mike. Okay, I'll drop back, but what do we do? Say, look at him go. Let's trail him till he slows up. If he slows up before he blows up.
Well, we've been making good time, my boy. I thought we better stop here in Millville and get some gasoline. Where is that attendant?
I think I'll get out and take a look at the rabbits, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That road was so rough, I bet those hairs stood on end. Oh, say, Leroy, the police chaps again.
All right, stick 'em up, you two. Reach first, Leroy. Stick 'em up.
Oh, hello, boys. Practicing?
Get 'em up quick, fatso.
If that's all?
Say, what's the idea?
You two, get 'em up. Now, search 'em, Mike.
Yep, here. You needn't be so rough. You've broken a couple of my cigars.
Well, they haven't got any guns on them, Sid. Okay, you can put down your hands. But don't pull any funny business, you two.
What's the meaning of this unwarranted outrage?
Hey, get him.
Yes.
That's what we did, didn't we? You stole the highway commissioner's car and it's loaded with explosives.
What's this about the commissioner's car?
Take a peek at those official license plates.
Huh?
Well, gee, Unc, how did they get there?
They were framed. I mean, we were framed, Leroy. Well, at least there's nothing to this explosive nonsense. You officers can look in the rear compartment and see for yourselves.
Okay, take a look, Sid.
Sure. Won't he be surprised, Leroy?
You see, it's just rabbits, officer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Come here, Mike. Does this look like rabbits to you? Nah, to me it looks like a case of explosives.
Well, if you were a rabbit and went through what we've been through, you'd feel like exploding yourself.
Why don't you come back here and look for yourself?
Yes, come on. Let's show these stupid... Oh, my goodness, Leroy.
Uncle, what you trembling like that for?
Look at that box. Blasting powder. Whose car is this? Who slipped it to me? How did that dynamite get in there?
That's what we aim to find out, brother.
Good. Who'll we ask?
You.
Me?
Yes, come on.
Say, where are you taking us?
To the Millville police station. You're going to hold a little quiz, kid.
Yes, sir. There must be a reasonable explanation for all this. It can only take one. Asking you for the last time, Captain. Will you telephone our home in Summerfield so that our maid can identify us?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Stumpy. I put in a call a few minutes ago. I bet that's it now.
Oh, thank goodness. Bertie will clear this right up, Leroy.
Hello.
Hello, who's this calling?
Long distance from Millville.
Oh, I know the answer to that one. It sure is.
This is the police department. We're holding a man with a stolen car loaded with explosives. He claims to be Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve ain't in Millville. He done took the train for Fairview today.
Oh, he took the train, huh?
The train? Ooh, I've got to tell her about that. Let me
Now,
talk
you get away from this phone. This man claims he drove this car as far as Junction City.
Oh, that can't be. Mr. Gildersleeve's car's resting right here in the garage.
Ah. Well, in that case, I was right all along. Sorry I troubled you. Goodbye.
Goodbye? Wait a minute. Why did you hang up?
Oh, look, you, I've had enough of this. Who do you think you are trying to run things and act so insolent and arrogant? The police?
Yeah. Huh?
Mike, put these two in separate cells till morning.
Here, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Commissioner Toby. Well, I recovered your car for you, sir.
Yes, I know. Where's the man who took it?
Here I am. Hello, Commissioner.
Oh, so it was the little critic of the state highway system, the little road runner down there.
Oh.
Well, I'm only thankful nothing happened to my car with all that blasting powder in the back.
Yes. What do you mean by letting me carry dangerous explosives?
Oh, dry up, you big wet blanket.
Oh,
you ought to be thankful you're getting out of this mess without going to jail.
You mean you don't want him held, Commissioner?
No, this man just made an innocent mistake. It was stupid, but I don't think it was intentional. Come on outside, Gildersleeve, and we'll trade cars.
Yes, all right. Good night, Captain. Thanks for the hospitality.
Yeah.
Something he ate, no doubt. After you, Commissioner. Come on, Leroy.
Say, I better make sure my rabbits are all right.
Oh, don't worry. They're safe, my boy.
Oh, did you have a look at them?
I'll say I did, and they jumped right out of the box and escaped.
Escaped?
And now, don't worry. We called out a road gang and rounded them all up again. Took the best part of 2 hours.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to them.
Now, they're all right. None the worse for the little romp. They're in fine condition, all 7 of them.
Yes. 7? But we only had 4 rabbits to begin with. Commissioner, you found too many.
Hello, operator. Quick, give me the police department. Police? This is 747 Parkside Avenue, and something's happened here. Didn't you phone me about a man who said he was Mr. Gildersleeve in a stolen car? Well, some policemen did. Well, anyhow, I went back to bed, and I tossed, and I turned, and I turned, and I... Okay, I'll get to the point. I got up, and I went out to the garage to see if it was there, and it wasn't. No, the garage was there all right, but nothing else was. What do you mean, be more specific? Oh, well, somebody sneaked in and stole all of Mr. Gildersleeve's 4 beautiful, brand new retreads. Hello, wait a minute, I ain't through yet. At the time these tires were stolen, they was attached to Mr. Gildersleeve's automobile.
Leroy, quit pinching me. What's the big idea?
I'm afraid you'll fall asleep.
Well, don't worry. If I want to sleep, I'll pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah, but the trouble is you'll pull over after you've fallen asleep.
Oh, yes. By George, it's 2 a.m. I'd stop right now. It would make us late for that rabbit. What's that noise?
It looks like a cop, Unc.
Another cop? The police have been on my neck tonight like a muffler. Well, this time they can't find anything wrong. I'm driving under 40. My lights are all right. It's my own car.
All right, pull over to the side of the road.
Oh, yes. Pull over, Leroy.
Jeepers, I wonder what it is now.
Probably some officer who hadn't heard that everything's been straightened out between Commissioner Toby and me.
You know, I'm beginning to be afraid of cops.
Oh, poppycock. You watch me handle this fellow. I'll get rid of him inside of 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 2 minutes. You can time me, Leroy. But you can't hold us any longer, officer. We've been here for 2 hours already.
2.5, Unc. I'm still timing you.
Yes. But look, officer, and you too, Captain. Here, Captain, wake up when I'm talking to you.
Huh? What? Oh, you here again? How many times?
No, I'm still here. It's just the second time. How soon are you going to set us free?
I can't do anything until we hear of this party in Somerville who turned in the stolen car report.
When they call, let me talk to them, please. I'd like to get my hands on anybody who says I stole my own automobile. Why, out? Oh, yes.
Hello, Millville Police Station. Captain Webster speaking.
Are you calling the Gilsleeve residence?
I don't know. Did you report a stolen car early in the night?
I most certainly did. You catch it?
Yes, but the driver claims he's the owner, Gildersleeve.
That's the second burglar that did that tonight, and this is getting monotonous.
Well, he claims that you can identify him. I'm going to put him on. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, see here, Birdie. What's the idea of having the police chase me clear across the state?
Mr. Gilsleeve, what you doing into pokey?
Yes, huh? You ought to know you put me in this pokey. Leroy and I took the car instead of the train.
Oh, you took it. And I thought it was some of them rubber robbers.
Yes.
I wish you'd have told me.
Yes, so do I now. We'd have been in Fairview by now if you hadn't had us arrested for stealing our own automobile. Now, you tell the captain here that I'm all right. Here you are, Captain.
Yeah. Well, what about this man?
Yeah.
Oh, that's his car, all right. And he's my employer. At least he was as of our most recent conversation. I better hang up before he decides to change the status quo and make me a member of the alumni.
Well, Gildersleeve, that looks like a clean bill of health for you. I guess you can go now.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Leroy. It's time we got...
Yeah, take your hands off me. I tell you I didn't steal that car. It's mine. I'm State Highway Commissioner Francis X. Toby.
Oh, yeah? Well, we had another guy tonight who was also supposed to be the commissioner.
But that was... hello there, Captain. Tell this lunkhead who I am.
Well, hello, Commissioner. They got you, too, I see.
Yes, Gildersleeve, for stealing your car.
Well...
I told this balloon brain I was innocent, but he wouldn't believe me. Not even when we arrived here and I showed him your car.
Huh?
Why, I parked right next to it and I said, look...
I don't care. Orders is orders.
Mike, this man is the commissioner, all right?
Huh? Just my luck.
Well, now that everything's straightened out, we better be going. I'll have to drive 70 miles an hour if I'm... Oh, I forgot. The speed limit is 50, isn't it? Well, come on, Leroy. Let's go. Where's Leroy? Oh, I'd give a lot right now if I could say, move over, Leroy. Well, Leroy, this must be it. Let's see, yes. The Fairview Convention Hall, exhibitor's entrance.
Yeah, we just made it, too.
Your passes, please, sir.
Passes? Oh, yes, you have them, I believe, Leroy.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Mort. Here you are, sir.
Just 1 second till I open the envelope, please.
Yes, it's Porter, I guess.
I'm sorry, folks, but these here appears to be the wrong kind of tickets.
Let me see. Oh, suffering whales, Leroy. These are our railroad tickets.
What? Well, I've had them, and we could have come by train all the time.
Yeah.
Well, then what did we send to Cousin Flora?
The rabbit show passes, I guess. Well, at least we're here anyway.
Yeah, that's true. What do we do about getting in, though?
I'll arrange it. Porter, if you'll help us with this box of rabbits.
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Yeah, you bring the box in, that you'll find it in the rear compartment, and we'll go and find the manager.
Gladly, sir, yes.
Huh? What's the matter? Can't you budge him? Here, let me help you. Oh, my gosh, Leroy. Danger, explosives. It's the commissioner's car again.
Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I'm sure most of you homemakers realize the importance of energy-producing foods to your whole family. We're all working hard and playing hard these days, and the energy we use up must be replaced by the foods we eat. So you should know that Parquet margarine, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Yes, the wholesome, nourishing American vegetable oil that goes into Parquet margarine is one of the best sources of food energy there is. Now, that's particularly important in the wintertime. The food energy in Parquet helps give you body warmth, too, helps protect you from the cold. And equally important, every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A, making it a dependable food source of this important vitamin the year round. So use plenty of Parquet margarine, at the table and for cooking, too. Yes, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet so delicious for table use makes it a real flavor shortening for baking. Grand for pan frying, too. So tomorrow, sure, order delicious, economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
You'd think Cousin Flora would be home when relatives come to visit.
What do we do now, Uncle Mort?
We'll kill time till dinner, then come back and see if they're home yet. What would you like to do, Leroy?
Well, how about seeing a movie? We passed a swell one on the way out here.
The movie? Is that so? What's the title?
Look Who's Laughing.
Oh, that one, yeah. Well, it's playing all over these days, isn't it? All right, let's go. Sounds very amusing. Who's in it?
Oh, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, anybody else?
Yeah, Charlie McCarthy and Edgar Bergen.
Is that all?
Oh, no, there's Mrs. Uppington and Harlow Wilcox and Lucille Ball.
Well, yes. Go on, Leroy.
Oh, I almost forgot. And Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's right.
Look who's laughing.
Yeah, good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. To be or not to be, that's quite a question, isn't it? Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. That's a question, too, and quite a problem. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are old hands when it comes to questions and problems. Big problems, little problems, they've had their share of them all. Like this.
I've never seen anything like it in my whole life.
Jim.
Oh, bless, O Lord, this food to our use and our lives to thy service. Amen.
Amen. All right, Kathy, eat your dinner.
Say, Dad. Tell me golf is a game of skill.
Dad.
He couldn't do anything wrong, and I couldn't do anything right.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Look at Betty.
What about her? Betty? Betty,
What?
what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Father. Nothing at all.
Well, stop daydreaming and eat your dinner.
Yes, Father.
She still thinks she's Camille.
All right, Kathy.
I think she's nuts.
Bob.
Well, holy cow, Mom. She walks around coughing all the time.
Never mind, Bud. Just eat your dinner and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You know what he did on the 6th hole, Margaret? He sliced one out of bounds, it hit a tree, and bounced right back on the green.
Yes, dear.
That's a great way to win the semifinals, isn't it? Skill. Huh.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why did they call Marguerite the Lady of the Camellias?
Because that's what she wore, camellias. Now forget about it and eat your dinner.
Gee whiz.
Betty, will you please pass the butter?
Father,
What is it, Betty?
it's very kind of you, monsieur, to speak to me so gently.
What?
Here is the butter.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Betty, what in the name of... What's gotten into you?
Why, nothing, Father.
Well, then stop it. The play is over. You were wonderful. You were sensational, but it's over. Now come on back to earth.
It's all right, Jim. It may take her a few days, but she'll get over it.
I know, but a man can stand just so much. We've had Camille for breakfast, dinner, and supper for the last month, and I'm getting sick of it. If this keeps up, she won't be in any more plays, and that's a promise.
What a play.
Oh, Armand, I love you.
Nobody even got shot or anything.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
do you know who was in the audience last night?
We were.
A talent scout from Hollywood. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Betty,
Yes, Father.
don't fall into the swimming pool.
What?
Betty, I saw the show last night, and, well, this is a practical world. You've got to realize...
Jim.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to explain to her...
Jim, she's so young. Let her dream. Just for a little while.
Well, I think the entire thing is ridiculous.
Me too.
Eat your dinner and be quiet.
Gee whiz.
I'm going to dedicate myself, my entire life, to the theater.
Bud, pass the potatoes, please.
Do you want to know why?
No. Come on, Bud.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Because there are moments when I lose myself in that dream. Because there are days when I am weary of the life I lead and imagine that I have another. Because in the midst of my turbulent existence, though my reason, my pride, my senses are alive, my heart is so tired of never finding tender understanding. Little do people care.
Ah, shut up.
Bud.
Mother.
What he said.
Bud, how dare you speak that way to your sister?
Well, holy cow, Mom.
Jim, will you please say something to Bud?
Hello, Bud.
Hi, Dad.
Jim Anderson, it is not funny, and I don't care what Betty did. There's no excuse.
Your mother's right, Bud. You shouldn't have said it.
I know, Dad, but good gravy.
Tell Betty you're sorry, and, well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Betty. I shouldn't have said what I said.
You want me to forgive you? Dear one, what is there to forgive? In a world such as ours...
Betty, for Pete's sake, cut it out.
But, Father...
You've been spouting Camille around here until I've got it coming out of my ears. Now, stop it.
Very well. But when I'm a famous movie star and they ask me who is responsible for my success...
Margaret, she isn't just counting her chickens. She's selling next year's eggs.
Betty, we mustn't raise our hopes too high.
What do you mean, our hopes? Bud, that was the doorbell.
I know.
Well, answer it.
Holy cow. You think there was a law that nobody else was allowed to open the door?
Margaret, you certainly don't think that Betty has a chance of being a movie star, do you?
Why not? I've seen certain people a lot less talented than Betty.
But she isn't trained for it. She isn't prepared.
Father, they train you.
And she and Janie Liggett are both preparing.
What?
Kathy.
Well, you and Janie were trying on sweaters, and she said...
Kathy.
Kathy, why don't you go in and do your homework?
I haven't finished my milk.
Well, finish it. And behave yourself.
Hi, Betty.
Oh, Billy, come on in.
Hello, Billy. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Anderson. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Billy. How are your mother and father?
Just fine, thank you.
Would you care for a piece of cake?
No, thanks. We've got to run along. Janie Liggett's throwing a big party for the Dramatic Club. Sort of a celebration, you know.
Yes, Betty was telling us. Bud, what are you doing out there?
I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring again.
Stop being such a smart aleck and come back here. Unless you'd rather skip your dinner.
Well, every time I sit down, the doorbell rings, and I'm the only one who ever gets to answer it, so...
Sit down and finish your dinner.
Holy cow.
We were just talking about the play. Weren't we, Jim?
Yes, we certainly were.
We thought it was wonderful. Didn't we, dear?
Yes, we certainly were talking about it.
Billy, tell him what the club critique said about my performance.
Well, as the director of the various productions, I run a critique after each performance. A sort of symposium. And we're quite ruthless in our critical analysis. In a constructive way, of course.
Of course.
What did he say?
Never mind. Just drink your milk.
I drank it.
Well, drink Bud's. Go ahead, Billy.
Well, as I was saying, we decided that while Betty's performance lacked the polish of a more experienced artiste, it had warmth, spirit, and a certain objective maturity you can only describe as éclat.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Why, when she was dying, didn't you notice the brilliant resonance in her cough? She had a timbre you'll find in mighty few Camille's.
Well, she comes by it naturally. Her grandfather was a champion hog collar.
Jim, Billy and Betty are being quite sincere and earnest.
Well, so am I. Just because you can cough loud, that doesn't mean they're going to send you to Hollywood.
Who said anything about Hollywood?
Billy Smith, you told me there was a talent scout in the audience.
Woman's place is in the home, caring for her family, sharing the joys and sorrows of the man she loves.
Mother, have you ever heard anything more prehistoric?
Betty, I really don't think...
Just a minute, Margaret. Betty, this is one quarrel you aren't going to drag us into. If you and Billy want to fight, do it on your own time.
But, Father, he's so pig-headed.
I am not pig-headed. I just believe in equal rights for men. That's all.
Betty, if you're going to the Liggett's, go.
I spent a whole month preparing for Camille.
Betty.
And then he has the nerve to tell me...
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go.
Well, come on, Billy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Billy.
I won't be out too late, Mother.
All right, dear. Have a good time.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Gosh, Betty, I didn't mean to get you all excited.
I'm not excited, but there's no reason why I can't take a screen test if I want to.
But why? I told you in the very beginning.
Of all the idiotic arguments I've ever heard...
Well, at least it's a little different.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why doesn't Billy want Betty to go into the movies?
I don't know, baby. I guess he just wants her to stay in Springfield.
Why?
So they can smooch, Dopey.
Bud.
Well, if she doesn't know...
But if there are any clinical replies to be given around here, please let me give them.
Holy cow.
Kathy, you see, when you're very young and in love, you dream up all kinds of things. Now, actually, there isn't any reason for Betty and Billy.
There, you see?
What?
I told you it was going to ring again, and you said I was being a smart aleck.
I don't know. Isn't there going to be one evening we can go through without all this fuss and excitement?
Bud, stop making such an issue of it and answer the door.
I'll answer it myself. He can finish his dinner.
I'll go, Dad.
Never mind. Just do as you're told. Has to walk a full 20 feet to get to the front door. You'd think it was going to kill him.
I'll pour your coffee, dear.
All right, Margaret. I'll be right back.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes?
my name is Kay. Alfred Kay. May I come in?
Why, yes. Come right in.
Thank you. You probably heard that I was in town.
Well, quite frankly, no.
Oh, I thought you had. Mr. Anderson, I represent the Metropolitan Picture Corporation of Hollywood.
Metropolitan... You mean you're the talent scout?
You did hear about me.
Margaret! He's here. He came.
Jim, what is it?
The talent scout. He's it. I mean, he's here. He's right here now.
Mr. Anderson, there's no need to get excited.
What on earth are you talking about?
What's the matter, Dad?
I want to see too.
Margaret, this is my wife, Mrs. Kay.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures.
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
Gosh.
Now, let's not get excited, children. Let's just keep our heads. Just, keep our heads.
Bud, call the Liggets immediately. Tell them to send Betty home at once.
Okay, Mom.
Oh, I wouldn't go to all that trouble, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, it's no trouble, Mr. Kay. No trouble at all. Let's go into the living room where we can be more comfortable.
Thank you. That'll be very nice.
You can't imagine how excited we are, Mr. Kay.
Well, I think I can. After all, a thing like this doesn't happen every day, does it? Well, that's better.
Don't I get to say hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Mr. Kay, this is our younger daughter, Kathleen.
Yes. Yes. I noticed her in the audience last night. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm very pleased to meet you, sir.
Sweet child. Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Mom. Betty isn't there yet, but I told them about the talent scout, and they said they'd send her home the second that she came in.
That's fine, Bud. Just fine.
We're very proud of Betty, Mr. Kay.
But I'm not sure she wants to go into pictures. You see...
Well, that needn't bother us, Mr. Anderson. I want to talk to you about a screen test for Kathleen.
Kathy?
Oh, no.
A cup of coffee keeps right on making good news these days. In stores everywhere, grocers have been featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. And now they're featuring lower prices still on America's favorite brand of coffee. Something we're all happy to see. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now the world's most famous coffee flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House coffee, we have just one aim, to bring you the most in flavor and satisfaction every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why you find so much more flavor for your money in Maxwell House. Your money's worth and more in real pleasure. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for that familiar blue Maxwell House tin in your store. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. See how much you enjoy a cup of coffee that's always good. To the last drop.
A very few minutes have passed in the white frame house on Maple Street. And the status is not what you would call exactly quo. Betty is on her way back from the Liggets to meet the talent scout, and Billy Smith, who is jealous, doesn't want her to meet the talent scout. We think. But that's all right, because the talent scout has left anyway. And besides, he didn't want Betty, he wanted Kathy. And furthermore, well, you can see how, with just a little consideration and common sense, normal excitement can be completely controlled and turned into a sort of seething confusion, like this.
But, Daddy, you said you didn't want me to go into the movies.
I know, but you didn't have to tell him you'd rather be a lady wrestler.
Well, I would.
Jim, I'm worried.
About what?
About Betty. What are we going to tell her?
What can we tell her? We'll tell her the truth, that's all.
Jim, there are times when the truth can be very cruel, especially to an imaginative young girl.
Well, I'm certainly not going to lie to her.
Lying is a sin.
Kathy, why don't you dry up? Can't you see we've got a problem?
Yes, Bud.
Kathleen, if you start that phony coughing again...
I'm sorry, Father. I'll try to control myself, even though something deep within me...
Stop it. Margaret, if she's going to keep that up...
She won't, Jim. Will you, Kathy?
Will I what?
Kathy, darling. Mommy and Daddy have a great problem. We need your help.
Boy, are you in trouble.
But?
Well, holy cow. If you have to count on that knothead.
Mother!
But if you can't behave yourself, I'd suggest you go to bed.
I'm sorry.
Margaret, the plain truth of the matter is that the man wasn't impressed with Betty's performance. That's what we'll have to tell her.
I know, Jim, but not right away.
I still think he was a little out of his mind, telling me Kathy looked like a Da Vinci cherub. Kathy, stop it.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I forgot.
Margaret,
Yes, dear.
do you suppose we made a mistake? We could have sent her all the way out to California.
Jim.
What have you got against California?
You just keep it up, Bud. That's all. When I get to be a lady wrestler.
Kathy, please. We have a very great favor to ask of you, and we haven't very much time.
Margaret, I say you're making a mistake. Tell Betty the truth, and if she isn't big enough to take it...
Jim, believe me, this is one time when the truth is a very dangerous thing. If we can just convince Betty that she doesn't want to go to Hollywood...
I can just see that.
We can try, Jim. If we succeed and she doesn't want to go, then it won't make any difference if she finds out about Kathy.
In other words, you're going to put yourself at the mercy of that, cherub.
What else can we do?
Dad, how would it be?
Just a moment, Bud, please. Kathy, will you promise not to say anything to Betty about Mr. K?
Not even I'm a cherub?
Not even that.
Gee whiz.
Kathy, I have here a list titled Damages for May. Kathleen Anderson. 4 windows, 1 windshield, 2 rose bushes, 1 shrub.
Is that just May?
First half.
Gosh.
Well?
Okay, Mommy. I won't talk.
Thank you, dear.
Boy, parents can sure louse up your life.
Kathy.
Mother!
We're in the living room, Betty.
Remember, Kathy, not a word.
Okay.
Kathy.
You mean I can't even call?
I'm sorry we took so long, but you know how traffic is these days.
We left the second Janie told us, but...
Mother, where is he?
Well, you see, dear...
But Janie said the talent scout was here. She told me.
Daddy sent him away.
Father!
Kathy.
Well, I didn't tell her who.
Bud, take Kathy upstairs.
Come on, Squirt.
I don't want to go upstairs. I won't say anything honest.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Father, you didn't send him away. Tell me you didn't send him away.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I did.
Oh, Father.
Betty, your father and I felt it was...
My entire life is ruined. Everything I'd hoped for, everything I'd planned.
Betty, if you'd only try to understand...
Understand? Mr. Anderson, this sort of treachery passes all understanding.
What?
As Betty's director, I say you have perpetrated a crime against the arts. Stolen from the silver screen one of its most glittering gems. You have purloined...
Wait a minute. Which side are you on, anyway? You said you didn't want Betty to go into pictures.
I said that? I? Did Svengali hide Trilby under a bushel basket? Did Cecil B. DeMille?
Oh, go home.
Father!
Stop saying father. If you must know the truth...
Jim, please.
Margaret, if they're going to accuse me of having ruined the movie industry...
Betty, whatever we did was for your good. You must know that.
But after I'd worked so hard and so long, a whole month, and it's just thrown away.
Honey, you aren't ready to be an actress. You haven't lived enough or suffered enough.
I could have lived and suffered in Hollywood, couldn't I?
Betty's a great actress. One of the greatest I've ever directed. And I've had almost 2 years of it.
Wait a minute, Billy. Betty, you know, you might think Springfield is pretty dull and monotonous. But this is where you belong. This is your home.
That has nothing to do with it. I wanted a career. I wanted to be a success. And you spoiled everything.
Did I? Betty, there's one thing you've got to learn. There are a great many kinds of career. Your mother has a career, a very fine career. Your mother and millions of women just like your mother. They've raised families. They've built homes. They've worked for their husbands and helped them in 1,000 different ways. Without women like your mother, life would be a very difficult thing. True, being a wife and a mother isn't as glamorous as being a movie star, but the rewards are so much greater.
I never heard of anybody getting an Oscar for being a mother.
Well, they give out different rewards to mothers. They give a mother a baby's tears to carry in her heart. They give her laughter and love to comfort her on lonely nights. They give her dirty faces to wash and hems to let out. They give her the greatest collection of memories a woman can want. You can take all your picture stars, all your scientists, all your women who have made names for themselves in industry and commerce, and the most successful woman, the woman with the greatest possible career, is still the plain, everyday mother.
Jim.
Just a minute, Margaret. Weren't you kids told to go upstairs?
We are upstairs.
But you didn't say we couldn't listen.
Well, go do your homework or something.
Holy cow.
I'll get it.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'm sorry I was such a goon.
Oh, you weren't at all, Betty. You just didn't understand.
Being a mother is a very difficult thing. Very difficult indeed.
Especially if you're a man.
Yes. What?
Never mind.
Betty, naturally, we realize that you're very disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm not, Mother. Not really, I guess.
Well, anyway, you've got something Janie Liggett hasn't got. They didn't want her to be a movie star.
That's right. Wait until she hears I turned it down. Oh, Billy.
Now, just a second, Betty. Let's not make a big thing out of this. Oh, who's that on the phone, Kathy?
Oh, I took care of it. It was just a reporter from the Springfield Herald.
Kathy,
Yes, Father.
what did he want?
Oh, information about the screen test.
Jim, you'd better call them back.
Oh, he doesn't have to, Mommy. I told the man everything he wanted to know.
Which is what?
Well, he wanted to know if it was true that Miss Betty Anderson had been offered a screen test.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, yes.
Oh.
And I told him she turned it down and he wanted to know why. So I told him.
Kathy, what did you tell him?
Well, just what you said. I told him that Betty didn't want to go to Hollywood. And he said why. And I told him she was going to stay in Springfield on account of she was going to be a mother.
All across the country, grocers have been doing a pleasant job in recent weeks, putting lower price tags on Maxwell House coffee. And now those grocers are doing the job again. Yes, these days they're featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still, the lowest prices in months. Certainly that's welcome news for you folks who drink Maxwell House every day. And for you who haven't been getting that wonderful good-to-the-last-drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more real enjoyment there is in a cup of coffee when it brings you the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're mighty proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For truly good coffee, for today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop.
A day has passed, and in Springfield, the Andersons wait anxiously for the newspaper, which is to carry a retraction on the original story about Betty Anderson, American Mother. Buried on one of the back pages, they're going to find the retraction, all right, and it reads like this.
The editors of the Springfield Herald regret a slight inaccuracy in yesterday's story concerning the screen test offered to Miss Betty Anderson of this city. We are happy to state that there is no basis of fact in the report that she is to be a mother. In an effort to learn the complete details in this matter, however, the Herald, with its policy of accurate reporting, interviewed Mr. Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures as he was leaving from the Springfield airport. Mr. Kay confirmed the fact that Miss Anderson had been offered a test and supplied the true facts concerning her refusal. After completing her education in Springfield, he told us, Miss Anderson is going to embark on a career as a lady wrestler.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
See how about that? Ouch!
Does that answer your question, Buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Sothern. But first, your announcer. Here's Ann Sothern as Maisie.
Yes, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere from Brooklyn. You know, some people are born with silver spoons in their mouths. They even go to finishing school. But my schooling was finished with the 6th grade. Of course, I may not be educated, but I ain't ignorant. There's a difference, you know. Maybe I don't know the score of Pagliacci or the Barber of Seville, but I sure know the score when it comes to men. Of course, there are some men you can trust, and someday I'll find one. Meanwhile, I'm still window shopping around. I'm in no hurry. I can still support myself in the style which I've forced myself to become accustomed. When I was a kid back in Brooklyn, we were lucky if we had 3 square meals a day. Now that I'm grown up and in show business, I'm lucky if I can get an occasional postage stamp to lick. Not this week, of course. This week I'm working. I'm appearing at the biggest theater in town. The manager auditioned lots of girls for the job, but I got it because of my voice. The manager liked the way I said, "There's a better selection of seats in the balcony, folks." I'm an usherette. I get $30 a week and passes. From wolves, mostly. But at least I got a job. Oh, my goodness. I won't have it long if I don't get across the street and into my uniform. Golly, this is a busy intersection, but I just got to get across that street, green light or no green light. Well, here goes. That quarter I spent for this police whistle was a pretty smart investment. Ouch! I'm dead.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. Did I knock you down?
No. I'm just lying here with my ear on the ground to see if any enemy tanks are approaching. Oh.
Are you hurt bad, miss?
No, I don't think so. Ah!
What's the matter?
My head. It's all twisted around to my back.
Oh, my gosh, are you sure?
Just look at it. Oh, no, it's all right. I just got my sweater on backwards.
Somebody better get an ambulance.
These kids shouldn't be allowed to drive these hot rods.
Yeah, you should sue that crazy kid, miss. You ought to get the license number of his car.
I think I have got it. On the back of my dress.
Gee, I'm awful sorry, lady, but the light, it was green. At least I thought it was.
Break it up. Go on now. Keep moving. You too, miss.
I'm not so sure I can keep moving, officer. You see, I was just knocked down by that hot rod.
That young hoodlum was driving.
All right. Now, miss, what's your name?
Maisie Revere.
I'm Jerome Smirchkabreugen.
All right. Whose fault was it?
Well, not the kid's, officer. He was born with that name.
No. I mean the accident. A serious thing like this could lead to a jail sentence, Sonny.
Okay, lock me up, officer. Put me behind bars for the rest of my life. I ain't got nothing to live for anyway.
Well, now, young man, don't tell me a 16-year-old like you is tired of this little old world.
I'm not 16. I'm 17. It's terrible.
Should happen to me. Such terrible. Well, I got to get back to my job. And
I'm sorry it was you that almost got killed, miss. Should have been me.
Oh, now, come, Sonny. Aren't you taking whatever it is just a wee bit too seriously?
Yeah, that's right, Sonny. There's lots of things a man like you have to live for.
Yeah? Give me a for instance.
Well, there's girls.
Girls. Bah. I hate all women.
Oh, so that's it. Puppy love, miss.
Yeah, puppy love. Some girls treating them like a dog.
You give a woman the best years of your life. Treat her like a queen. Cokes, double chocolate sundaes.
With whipped cream.
Yeah, and that's a nickel extra.
Yeah.
Brown's drugstore where we all hang out is expensive, but do they appreciate being wined and dined?
No.
Do they want a real guy who'll give them security, understanding?
No.
You can never tell what a woman really wants.
But you're a woman.
Well, that's how I know.
Oh.
Jerome, I hope you'll forgive me for butting in, but are you talking about any particular woman?
Yeah, Florence Prince. She's gone all swoony over that icky Bobby Kent.
Oh, she too, huh?
And who's Bobby Kent?
Bobby Kent's appearing across the street at the theater I'm working at. He's the country's #1 bebop singer.
Bebop?
Yeah, that's a nervous breakdown set to music.
Ever since that Kent character hit town, Florence has given me the complete slufferoo treatment.
Slufferoo?
Yeah, that's bebop for who needs you.
Oh.
Listen, Florence has every record Kent ever made. And since he started making that personal in town, she sees every performance. And after the theater closes, she locks herself in a room and keeps playing his records over and over again.
Well, I don't mean she's gaga about him, Jerome.
Yeah, maybe she just likes music.
Then why does she burn incense while she's doing it?
Oh, this ain't no ordinary garden variety crush, officer. Little Florence is a real gone gal.
You mean she's giving this nice boy the slufferoo because that there Kent feller sings hot?
Oh, hotter than hot, Chief. When that Kent character sings, they can serve the chocolate bars in Dixie cups.
Let Florence have her pretty boy drip. Go ahead and arrest me, officer. She'll be sorry when I come out of jail a hardened criminal.
Arrest? Do you wish to press charges, miss?
No. I think Jerome's taken enough of a beating, officer.
Oh, gee, thanks, miss.
Okay, Sonny, scram before this nice, kind young lady changes her mind. And drive carefully.
Carefully?
Yeah, you don't want to get killed, do you? You do want to live.
What's so special about living?
Well, miss, I guess you'd better get back to your job. There's nothing we can do about the kid's love life. Here, I'll walk you across the street.
Well, thanks, officer. I am still a little wobbly. Too bad about Jerome, isn't it? He's a nice kid.
Yeah, if I were that girl's father, I'd shoot that Bobby Kent.
Yeah. Say, I wonder.
Wonder what?
Well, I get a couple of hours off from ushering later. Suppose I talk to Kent. You know, explain about Jerome and Florence. Maybe he could do something.
Well, like what?
Well, I don't know. Maybe straighten this Florence out. Send her back to Jerome and chocolate sundaes. I'm really worried about that boy, Chief.
Oh, but he's a total stranger, miss. You wouldn't go out of your way to help somebody you never met before, would you? After all, he could have broke your back.
But he didn't. He just broke my heart.
Julia, I'm coming. Oh, yes, miss?
Mr. Kent. Oh, you are the Bobby Kent, aren't you?
Who else? What can I do for you, chick? My autograph, certainly.
Oh, no, Mr. Kent.
Oh, my picture, then. Well, they're $1. The handler cost a mail-on and stuff. I make very little on them, you know.
Oh, no, Mr. Kent. It's just something to make a poor, lovesick kid live happily ever after.
Okay, but it'll just have to be a kiss on my forehead.
Look, chum, I don't want to cut in on that big love affair you're having with you. And I know I'm being a nuisance.
Oh, you're from the newspaper. Love my love. Come in, Miss...
Maisie Revere.
What can I do for you, Miss Revere? My life story, certainly. I was born in a little log cabin, not unlike Abe Lincoln. And when my father first saw me, he
Mr. Kent, I've come on more of a personal mission.
But he said... You're not here for a story. You're just interested in Bobby Kent, the man.
Yeah. So grow up, will you?
Oh, the fiery type. Hey, I like that. How about dinner tonight,
No, tonight I'm having dinner with my husband.
Oh. Well, let's make it after dinner.
Mr. Kent, I came here to ask you a favor.
Oh, a benefit.
Well, sort of. Now, here's the situation. A certain boy named Jerome is in love with a girl called Florence, but she won't even look at him since you came to town.
Oh, yeah, well, that happens everywhere.
I'm sure it does. So one girl more or less wouldn't make that much difference to you. Mr. Kent, do you suppose you could tell Florence that you can't stand silly bebop schmoes?
But that would be bad publicity.
Oh, on the contrary, it'd be great publicity. I can see the headlines now. Bobby Kent, nation's foremost bebopster, spurns all 16-year-old girls. You'll make millions of friends.
Of who?
Well, of all 16-year-old boys.
Yeah.
Boys like records, too. You'll make $1 million.
Yeah, then I'll be able to give up bebop singing and go in for what I'm really destined for. Opera. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro.
Hello, Florence. I haven't seen you here at Brown since...
It's merely a coincidence, Mr. Smirtskabroigan. I just chanced in here. By chance.
Gosh, Florence, how can you be so aloof? You know what they were just playing on the jukebox?
What?
Our song.
Yours, perhaps, Mr. Smirtskabroigan. My song happens to be Bobby Boy's dreamy theme ballad. He's real gone.
I wish he was gone for good. So long, Florence. As far as I'm concerned, our engagement is over. Goodbye forever.
Goodbye.
I'll see you again tonight, maybe, huh?
You will if you happen to be in the audience at any of Bobby Kent's performances.
That does it. We're really through. I'm going to call up Clara Drunn.
So who's stopping you?
Well, this is Brow's drugstore, Bobby. Can you recognize Florence?
Well, hardly. I've never seen her.
Oh. Say, Jerk. I mean, Soda Jerk.
Yeah, miss?
Do you know a girl called Florence who's that way about a kid called Jerome?
You mean was that way about Jerome? Now she's gaga about a guy called Bobby Kent. I don't know what she sees in that guy.
Blind fool.
Say, you're Kent, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Kent, would you do me a favor?
Oh, certainly.
Drop dead.
No, look here, Miss Revere. Did you hear what this kid told me to do?
Yeah, but please hold off till we straighten out Florence. Is she here, Bub?
That's her, miss. The one at the newsstand drooling at little Bobby's puss in a fan mag.
She don't look the type. She looks almost bright. Florence. Florence.
Yeah?
Here she comes, Bobby. Now, remember, you gotta make her hate the sight of you.
Okay, but this ain't gonna be easy. She's got eyes, you know.
Oh.
You called me, miss?
Hello, Florence.
Oh!
She recognizes you.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Kent, I couldn't help it. You're so handsome, so debonair, so exciting.
Get started, Bobby.
Wait, she hasn't finished yet.
Oh, brother.
Gee, wait till the other girls hear that I actually, really and truly, honest to goodness, met Bobby Kent. I'm president of our local Bobby Kent fan club. President and scream leader.
Get going, Bobby. Figaro, you remember?
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, So you're one of those silly kids that faint and scream and stuff like that there when I sing, huh? So long now.
Just a minute. Me, a silly kid?
Well, I didn't mean exactly silly, but...
Is that all you have to say, Mr. Kent?
Well, it's all I rehearsed.
Rehearse?
Mr. Kent also forgot that he thought you were a dope.
Me? A dope?
But in a charming way.
Look who's calling me a dope. An ignoramus like you. At least I went to school, stupid.
And Bobby said you came out stupid, too.
I did? Hey, that's pretty clever of me. Maybe I'll become a comedian instead, huh?
Mr. Kent, I think you're just conceited, horrible, disgusting.
No, just a second.
Don't interrupt Bobby. She hasn't finished yet.
I hate you. To think I gave up a nice, sweet boy like Jerome to dedicate my life to a drip like you.
Well, Clarence said she'd be delighted. Florence, what are you crying about?
Jerome, this Kent creature insulted me.
He did, huh? Put up your hands, goon.
Well, if you insist. Maisie, hold my mirror.
Jerome, don't. Everything's straightened out.
Except Bobby, boy, and I'm going to straighten him out right on the floor.
Oh, well, Jerome, smash him.
I will. Somebody hold my bubble gum. Here I come, chum.
Oh.
Well, that's that. Now, will somebody please pick me up?
Jerome, you're solid and so strong.
Gosh, that breakfast food really does what they say, doesn't it?
Gee, I'm sorry, Bobby. Are you hurt?
Well, I never look much with this eye anyway. Well, that's what I get for trying to get a girl to fall out of love with me and go back to her local yokel.
What?
Bobby, you'll spoil everything.
You did that for me, Bobby? Oh, you're wonderful. Sacrificing yourself, just like in the movies. Oh,
well, Jerome, you really did it.
Did what? Gosh, 1 minute it's me, then it's him. Women sure are peculiar.
Come home with me, Bobby, darling. I'll put a beefsteak on your poor, dear, beautiful...
But Florence...
Quiet, she hasn't finished yet.
Gorgeous eye. Come on, Bobby, Mia.
Well, Jerome, you sure messed that up good.
I don't know what it's all about. Now Florence goes for that Kent fella more than ever. She'll never even look at me again.
Well, don't worry, Jerome. Girls like that will be falling for guys like you long after men like Bobby Kent have died, but not before.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Back to Maisie.
Kindly keep the sidewalk clear, folks, and line up two abreast along the curb. No pushing, lady. You'll get in to see Bobby Kent. Line up along the curb, please. Madam, you can't sneak in there. You'll have to get to the end of the line.
Oh, the end of the line? Well, where is it, miss?
Not too far, madam. Just go down to the corner, walk 1 block north, 2 blocks south, then a block east, and then 3 blocks west.
Miss, will we all get in to see Bobby? Oh, hello, Miss Revere.
Oh, hello, Jerome. You waiting to hear Drool Boy, too?
Yeah, I had to see for myself what he's got that I ain't got that I wish he'd lend me some night when he ain't using it.
I don't know what it is, Jerome. But whatever he's got, he could make a fortune with it if he put it in bottles.
Miss Revere, I'm sorry about this afternoon. I mean about lousing up your act at the drugstore.
Yeah, it almost worked, didn't it? You and Florence still no speaky?
Still know nothing.
Ah.
My life is finished. All I have are my memories.
Well, they should keep you warm this winter. Girlie, I'm sorry, but you'll have to get to the end of the line.
Now, miss, I've warned the manager all day today. You'll have to keep this crowd from overflowing into the street and blocking traffic. Oh, hello, Maisie.
Hello, officer. I'm doing my best, but it ain't easy to handle this Kent happy mob.
Yeah, I know. Since that guy opened here, my wife's been too busy running to the theater to cook me a meal.
You too, officer?
Oh, you, Jerome, huh? Hey, Maisie, did you work on that bebopper like you said?
Uh-huh.
Any luck?
Well, get a load of the expression on Jerome's face.
Yeah, no luck.
Gosh, something should be done about that Kent guy.
Yeah. We could write to Congress and have them declared unconstitutional. I told you, miss, end of the line.
Gee, you must have eyes in the back of your head.
It's criminal, that's what it is. That little girl, she couldn't be more than 12 and standing in back of the line all night to hear a crooner. Somebody should talk to her mother.
Well, go ahead, Chief. Her mother's at the front of the line.
Florence is out of my life for keeps now. I heard that Bobby Kent promised to make her president of all the Bobby Kent drool clubs in America.
Oh, no, not Florence.
Yeah, you'd think that a man like Kent would go more for, well, somebody, you know.
Yeah. Say, that's it. Another girl.
Huh?
Come here, fellas. Got an idea.
Yeah?
Over here, fellas.
What?
Okay, Maisie, what goes?
Look, kids. Girls all over the country write to Bobby Kent, right?
Right. But he never answers them.
Maybe he can't write.
Oh, just listen, please. Just suppose, mind you, that one girl did write an answer.
And we had the letter.
In Kent's handwriting.
Well, how'd we get one?
Well, I have a copy of his handwriting. Got an autograph to show my grandchildren. I wanted them to see what a dangerous age their grandma lived in.
You mean write a letter supposedly from Kent?
All's fair in love and war, Chief, and this is both. Now, if a certain girl happened to have one of those letters...
A real hot love letter.
Mm-hmm. One that would steam the envelope open by itself. Well...
Yeah.
Now, here's how we'll all go about it. After Kent's last performance, he'll probably be in his dressing room.
Well, Florence will be there for a while. They're going to work out plans to put the Bobby Kent fan clubs on an international basis.
Oh, I see. Sort of a UN bebop, huh?
Yes, miss, can I help you?
Yes. I want the sloppiest, biggest sweater you got to hang down to my Bobby sock.
She wants to look as close to 15 as possible.
Oh, masquerade party?
More of a hunting trip.
Well, miss, here's the biggest sweater we have in the shop. Care to try it on?
Yeah. Just drop it over my head.
Certainly. There you are.
Gosh, that sure looks big, Miss Revere.
Oh. Fits fine around the knees. I'll take it, mister.
Yes, miss.
Even that don't make you look, well, 16, Miss Revere.
Oh, I will when I get my hairdo did up and real cute makeup.
Here's your sweater, miss.
Thanks. And when I get working on that Bobby Kent, he'll be so gaga about me, he'll want to hug and kiss me.
Will that be all, miss?
Gosh, I hope so.
Gee, Mr. Kent, it was sure super keen of you to invite me to your dressing room to discuss things. And imagine you making little insignificant me president of all the Bobby Kent fan clubs in America.
I'll think nothing of it, chick. If you're a nice little girl, I might even turn over Canada and Alaska to you. See who it is, chick.
Yes, Maestro. Golly, I hope whoever it is won't stay long. Oh, hello, miss. You looking for somebody?
Oh, sure enough, honey child. I've come to see my drool boy.
Drool boy?
Mm-hmm. That's what we call him down south. Up here in enemy territory, he's known as Bobby Kent.
Oh, you looking for me, girlie?
Oh, drool boy, sugar pie, it's me. Maisie Bell, Ulysses Grant Lee.
Ulysses Grant Lee?
After my grandpappy, sugar. He was a part-time soldier in the war, remember? Fought days for the North and nights for the South. Oh, golly, you sure look as pretty to me as a mess of sour belly stewing and a pot of goose grease.
Are you sure we've met before, chick?
Am I sure? Why, honey pie, don't you remember me from your fan club back in Tennessee? Remember the gals that wore the Bobby socks and no shoes?
Well, Miss Lee, as a fellow worshiper at the shrine of Bobby Kent, I've got some good news for you. It's about the presidency of all the Bobby Kent fan clubs.
Oh, them platinum tonsils he had told you all about choosing me all as president of his fan club, you all.
But he just appointed me president.
Well, honey, he couldn't have chosen you over me. Why, just look at you. Your sweater isn't even sloppy.
It is, too.
But not like mine. Mine's a mess.
Just a minute. There must be some mistake.
Yes, and I'd like to find out once and for all who made it.
And so would I.
Well, I have proof, honey lamb, sugar pie, little Miss Julep. I got a letter that you sent me direct to my home in Georgia.
Georgia? But a moment ago you said you came from Tennessee.
Oh, did I? Well, you've heard of those old rambling southern mansions.
Yes.
Well, ours really rambles.
Now, this has gone far enough. I never wrote you a letter offering you the presidency of mine fan clubs, and I can prove it.
But I I declare, honey, you sure have a mighty short memory.
What?
Why, well, here's a letter right here.
Letter?
Let me read it, Bobby. Your eyes may be as weak as your memory. Dear Maisie Belle, honey, sugar, sweetheart,
Well,
darling.
you all better skip the first 5 pages and get to the beginning of the letter.
I'll say, this is ridiculous.
I'll never forget those nights on your plantation when you took me in your arms and whispered tenderly, Maisie Belle, will you promise to be president of all my fan clubs? Yours very beboppy, Bobby Passion Flower Kent. Well,
No, I never wrote such a stupid letter.
I thought it was kind of cute.
you didn't write it, huh? Well, this looks exactly like your handwriting.
Well, gee, thanks. Oh, I mean, it is.
Oh, look, baby girl, chick, honey, you know you're the only girl for me, Gladys. Don't
Gladys, my name is Florence.
I keep thinking this is Detroit. Now, look, baby, I can explain.
No explanation is necessary, Mr. Kent. I'm going back to drool over Frankie Lane or somebody.
Hello, Florence.
Jerome.
I just happened to be passing the theater, and I thought I'd drop by and apologize to Mr. Kent for punching him in the nose.
Don't apologize, Jerome. Just punch him in the eye.
No, don't. So long, folks. I'm going back to my hotel and have a good cry.
I'm awful sorry for both of us, Florence, honey. But if it'll make you feel any better, you all can have the honor of being the president of the Bobby Kent Fan Club. I used to think he was solid, but I didn't think it was only between the ears.
No, I'm through with Bobby Kent and all singers. All I want now is Jerome. If you'll forgive me for being such a silly drip.
Oh, you're not a silly drip, Florence. You're a wonderful drip. I mean, you're rare.
Well, I guess you 2 kids want to smooch for a spell. So I'll scram out and leave you to your spark. And I'll just turn on Bobby Boy's radio before I go. Romance without music ain't nothing, no time, no place, no how.
And now we bring you America's latest singing sensation, Floyd Boyd.
Maisie, you hear that? Now she's gone on him.
Quiet, Jerome. Sing it, Floydie boy, sing it.
Oh, they're all alike. Sooner or later.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, you never can tell what makes a woman tick. I guess we're all romanticists. We go for a lock of curly hair that just won't stay put. A shy smile that makes you feel the fellow should be mothered. But some of those fellows who look like they need a mother. Oh, brother. It's funny, though. All girls have a crush or two. They moan and drool, put silly stuff in their diaries. But when the time comes to get married, they always pick on a plain, ordinary, nice, sensible fella. And then they moan and drool about new idols. But there's a difference this time. They don't put the stuff down in their diaries, if they're smart. I think the real trouble with wives, and husbands too, is that they don't appreciate what they got. The grass always looks greener on the other side. Grass, huh? That being married and having a couple of kids ain't hay either. I know if I had my choice, I'd rather have a husband who comes home every night and buries his face in a newspaper than one of those Hollywood glamour boys who comes home and buries his face in the mirror. I ain't saying that you can't dream about those handsome bill picture stars. Which reminds me, I gotta get home and get to sleep. I got a dream left over from last night with Ben Johnson that I want to finish.
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, Betty Garrett, and Ann Miller. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Hans Conried, Gloria McMillan, Gil Stratton, Frank Gerstle, Jerry Hausner, Barney Phillips, and Virginia Agnello. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Campbell's, the cigarette that's first in the service. Campbell's stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Hayes. Tonight's special guest, star of the 20th Century Fox picture Tampico, Miss Lynn Barry, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What's the matter?
Hey, Abbott, come on. Help me get dressed, please. I got to get to the broadcast right away.
Take it easy. There's lots of time. What's the excitement?
Excitement? Tonight we're having Lynn Barry as our guest star, and I'm going to make love to her. Boy, oh, boy.
All right.
See, if I'm late, she might walk out on me.
So what? Let her walk out. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Yeah, but who wants to park in the dark with a shark?
Please. Never mind. Come on. Get your clothes on and let's go.
Okay, now, kid. Hey, listen, Abbott. I'm waiting for my new suit. Boy, it's going to be beautiful.
It is?
The most gorgeous suit you ever saw.
Is that right?
Yeah, the coat is red with green stripes. It's got pink lapels and orange buttons.
Wait a minute. A red coat with green stripes, pink lapels, and orange buttons?
Yeah.
I suppose you're going to wear yellow pants?
What, and have people stare at me? What do you think I am, Abbott, a dope? Yellow pants.
Yeah.
They clash with my purple shoes.
The purple shoes?
Certainly, I never heard of such a thing. Yellow pants.
All right. Drop the pants.
I can't.
Why not?
My red underwear won't match my lavender vest.
Now, don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't let you meet Lynn Barry in clothes like that. You'd better wear one of my suits. Here, I'll lend you my dress suit.
That old thing, it's full of moth holes.
Oh, there isn't a single moth in that suit.
You said it. They're all married and got children.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. We don't have any moths in our clothes closet.
No moths, eh?
No.
Just open that closet door and see.
Okay, I will.
No moths, eh?
All right, so there's one.
One! That was the mother. Here comes the children. one was just hatched. That's a brand new baby moth.
All right, forget about the moths. Here, look. I'll lend you one of my other suits. Now, let's see. There's the worsted, a plaid, a tweed, and that dark one is a twill.
A twill?
Certainly. Didn't you ever have a twill?
Oh, sure. I get a big twill when I ride on the roller coaster.
No. Don't be silly. Wait a minute.
Twilly.
Here's just the suit for you. It belongs to my father. It's his dinner suit.
There's a little breakfast on it, too.
No, you dummy. This is his soup and fish.
It looks like egg to me.
Listen, Costello. When you lived at home, didn't your family dress for dinner?
Why, certainly we dressed.
Oh.
What do you think we did? Come to the table in our underwear?
Look, what's the matter with you? Didn't you ever wear dinner clothes?
Yeah, I always wear pajamas.
Pajamas are not dinner clothes.
They are if you eat in bed.
That isn't what I mean. You see, as long as I can remember, the men in our family have always worn their tails to dinner.
That's a very pretty picture.
Yes, it is. Where I come from, a man with tails is called a gentleman.
Where I come from, we call a monkey.
Oh.
After all, that's what they call them.
Come in. Oh, it's Ken Niles.
Ken
Say,
Niles.
Ken, Costello needs a suit in a hurry. Can he borrow yours?
I'll have to go outside and ask a little woman.
Little woman. Her neck alone is 3 feet long.
I heard that remark, Costello. I'll have you know my neck is not long.
Oh, no? Last time I saw a neck like that, a jockey was bending over it. Am I insulting you?
How dare you compare me to a horse? Why, I have an aristocratic face. My grandfather was a count.
You're right, Count Fleet.
Kenneth, are you going to stand there and let Costello compare me to a horse?
Nay.
That was a very snappy part.
Costello, with your appearance, you're a fine one to talk about Mrs. Niles.
Certainly. Just look at yourself, fat boy.
I'm not fat.
Oh, no? I saw you fall down yesterday and you rocked yourself to sleep trying to get up.
Oh, now, look, let's stop this fighting. Look, Mrs. Niles, Costello has to borrow a suit for the broadcast tonight.
Yes, dear. May I lend him mine?
Kenneth Niles, before I'd let you do that, I'd lock you up in the attic.
But, gee, dear, you just let me out.
Come in.
Hello, boys. Oh, it's my friend Meyer, the butcher. What's going on, Meyer?
Oh, boy, Louie, am I excited. What is happening to me today shouldn't happen to 2 dogs. One dog couldn't handle it.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, it's my wife, Sophie. After 10 years, it's going to happen. Today is the day, and I got to be by her side. So you got to come over right away, Louie, and take care of my butcher shop, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Meyer. I can't do that. We're going to broadcast. I'm going to do a love scene with Lynn Barry.
But, Louie, would you rather do a love scene with Lynn Barry than mine butcher shop?
Can a duck swim? That's a silly answer. You ask silly questions, you get silly answers.
Costello, come on. We have to get to the studio.
Wait a minute. Think of my wife. Louie, you never do anything for me.
Meyer, you shouldn't say that. Now, I do. Now, 5 years ago, I gave you the money to open up the butcher shop. And when you were sick, I paid for the operation. Then when the government was going to put you in jail, I paid your income tax. And 6 months ago, when your house was on fire, I ran into the burning building and saved your life. And you say I never do anything for you.
Yeah, but what have you done for me lately?
Freddie Rich plays a Cole Porter favorite, I've Got You Under My Skin.
Costello, you had to open your big mouth just because you want to help Meyer. We're stuck here in a butcher shop. Come on, we might as well get the orders out. You dress the chickens.
Me dress the chickens? Why should I? They're old enough to dress themselves.
No, I'll dress the chickens. You bring me the other fowl.
What fowl?
Duck.
Why should I duck? I'm not ashamed to help Meyer.
No, I mean duck. Duck in the icebox.
Why should I duck in the icebox? You duck in the icebox, you big sissy.
Now, here, take it easy.
I'm glad to help my friend Meyer and his wonderful little woman.
All right.
I know what they're going through. Why, only last week a little stranger came to live at our house.
Really?
Yes, my sister married a midget.
Oh, come on. Costello, you're impossible.
Hello, Meyer's Butcher Shop.
Hello? This is Meyer on the wire.
Oh, Meyer, how's the wife? Anything happened yet?
No, Louis, it's a very slow process. How's things by the shop?
Oh, listen, Meyer. Mrs. Jones sent back the Christmas turkey you sold her. She says it only has one leg.
What does she want to do, eat it or dance with it?
Oh.
Well, did Meyer say when he's coming back? Do you realize that Lynn Barry's probably at the studio now waiting for us?
Now, Abbott, this is more important. Let her wait. I got plenty of women waiting for me. 50, 60, 70.
50, 60, 70?
Yes, and I wish I could find some a little younger.
Oh, come on.
Now, Abbott, women and beautiful women always chase me. I don't know why. You think I don't know. At any minute, a gorgeous girl is apt to walk in that door.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Oh. So you want to borrow my Kenneth suit, eh? So you were going to make love to Lynn Barry, eh? And now I find you in a butcher shop, eh?
You're going to run out of coupons.
Costello, for your information, Mrs. Niles is one of Meyer's best customers.
Yeah.
Now take her order.
Huh?
I said take her order.
Take her order where? Did you come in with an order?
Never mind that.
Where do you want me to take it?
Just take it. Listen
Somebody is lost.
Mr. Costello.
Yes, dear.
I want 20 cents worth of dog meat.
Shall I wrap it up, or do you want to eat it here?
No, that's the last straw.
Now, you see? Now look what you've done.
Oh, I've never been so insulted in all my life. After all these years of trading with Meyer, I have to come in here and be humiliated, insulted.
Costello, don't stand there. Apologize.
Okay.
Come on.
Mrs. Niles, if I said anything to offend you, I'm glad of it.
Costello, I said apologize.
Okay. Mrs. Niles, I'm sorry I suggested that you eat the dog meat here. Is that better?
That's much better.
Wait until you get home.
Costello.
No, that's all. Cancel my order.
Well, you lost Mrs. Niles' order, Costello. You'll have to change your slip.
I can't, Abbott.
What do you mean you can't change your slip?
I'm not wearing any. Oh, pardon me. Where do I find Lou That ain't me.
That's me. Pardon me. Where do I find Lou Costello?
Here I am, over by the pickle barrel.
Well, raise your hand so I'll know which one is you.
Hey, Abbott, who is this fresh dame?
Costello. Don't you recognize her? Lynn Barry.
Gee, Miss Barry, how did you ever know, and how did you ever find me in this butcher shop?
Where else would I look for a fat meatball? See here, Costello. I'm supposed to do a play on your program tonight. Where do you expect to put it on? In this butcher shop?
And why not? Lots of plays were done about butcher shops. Did you ever hear of Hamlet, the merchant of venison? You ever hear of Abe's Irish roast?
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah? Ridiculous, huh? How about the story about a hog? Pygmalion.
That's crazy.
Crazy, huh? They even wrote a great picture about cows.
What picture?
Guadalcanal Dairy. Boy, did I milk that one.
Come to think of it, how about your last picture? Hit the eyes.
There was no meat in that one.
I don't know. I saw 2 hams in it.
Now, wait a minute, Lynn. Don't pay any attention to Costello. He isn't very B-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes, he does appear to be rather S-T-U-P-I-D.
I heard that. What do you think I am, a D-O-P-P?
Listen, Mr. Abbott, what about this play?
Well, Lynn, it's an original play, and Costello will be your leading man.
Costello? He could never play that part.
Why not?
My leading man must be able to brush me into his arms, Sweep me off my feet and carry me away.
You don't want a leading man. You want a street cleaner.
Costello, that's no way to talk to our guest. Can't you be nice?
Yes. Miss Barry, if you'll do this play with me in the butcher shop, I'll take you out after the broadcast. We'll go for a drive.
But, Lou, there's no more pleasure driving.
Yeah, but there's still pleasure parking.
Who wants to park at a coupe with a droop?
Your technique is all wrong, Costello. If you want
so?
to take out a beautiful girl like Lynn Barry, the first thing to do is hire a limousine and chauffeur.
A Rolls Royce, of course. Then you buy me flowers.
Orchids, naturally. Then cocktails at the Windsor House.
Dinner at Romanov.
With caviar.
And champagne.
Then tickets for the theater.
First row.
After that, you make the rounds of the nightclub.
Winding up at the Trocadero.
Then you get into your limousine again and drive down Wilshire Boulevard.
Stop the car! Stop the car!
What for?
I want to stop at the finance company and make a loan.
Johnny Haynes sings the lovely ballad, My Ideal.
Will I ever find the boy in my mind, the one who is my ideal? Maybe he's a dream, and yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass him by and never even know that he is mine? Maybe he's a dream, and yet he might be just around the corner, waiting for me. Will I recognize the light in his eyes that no other eyes reveal? Or will I pass him by and never even know that he is
Now, Camel cigarettes do have more flavor, and if you've ever tried one, I think you'll say, yes, I know. And yet, you may not be a steady Camel smoker. Well, here's the difference between trying just one or two Camel cigarettes and trying a couple of packs. Camel's extra flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos, is what helps them to hold up, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. Give your second pack of Camel cigarettes a real test in your T-zone, your taste and throat. You'll find out about flavor, and I think your throat will give you the last word on Camel's smooth, extra mildness, too. And remember, your Camels will stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Well, Costello, we're all ready to do your play. What's it all about?
Oh, it's a great story, Abbott. It's about Buffalo Bill and the Wild West. Can you play a Western gal, Miss Barry?
Can I play a Western gal? Why, where I comes from, they all call me Tex.
Where you all come from, Tex?
Oklahoma.
Just a second, Costello. Since when are you a Western character?
Are you kidding, partner? Why, they used to call me Six Gun Costello. But I had to change it to Two Gun.
Why?
Of course, with 6 guns, every time I took a step, my pants fell down. Yuck, 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 yuck. That's another character for you.
Well, Six Gun, I'll agree to play the part. Sounds fun squaw to me.
What's that?
I said it sounds fun squaw.
Oh, fawn squaw. I used to hunt bar down there every year.
All right, look, I don't believe all this, Costello.
Oh, yeah.
No. You don't know anything about the West.
Oh, no, I was raised on a dud ranch.
You mean a dude ranch?
I said dud, no women.
Must have been near No Gals, Arizona. Har, har.
Orange squad.
Lou, this is ridiculous.
Must be a couple of Southern
All right,
cowboys.
never mind. Go ahead, Ken. Set the scene. Go ahead.
Oh.
And now,
somebody better set the
and
scene.
now, our play of the evening, a saga of the adventurous West, the life of Buffalo Bill, brought to you direct from Meyer's Butcher Shop, and starring the Abbott and Costello Pickled Pig's Feet Players. And as an extra special attraction, Meyer has goose liver at 10 cents a pound. As the scene opens, Buffalo Bill Costello and Buckskin Abbott are on the trail. Suddenly, a shot rings out.
Hello?
Hello? This is Meyer on the wire.
Hello there, Meyer. This is Buffalo.
What have I got in my store? Talking buffalo?
No, Meyer. This is Buffalo. I'm talking from Indian Heights.
Please give me my butcher shop in Boyle Heights.
Now, Meyer, will you stop bothering me? I gotta go out and kill some Indians.
What's the matter? We're running out of meat.
Oh, never mind that. What's new with Sophie?
It's still a very slow process.
Look, I can't talk to you now, Meyer. Call me back.
This is the craziest play I ever heard. When do I come in?
In just a second, Lynn. Costello and I are still on the trail approaching the camp of your father. Read your line, Costello.
Oh, yeah. Buckskin, Bud, it's getting dark, and we're going to run into a heap of trouble.
Yes, Buffalo. If we don't reach the stockade by sundown, the Indians will massacre us in the dark. They'll scalp us alive. Well, what are you going to do?
We got to get word through to Gene Autry.
Gene Autry? Shh. Buffalo, look. Here comes an Indian chief. He's going to speak to us.
How?
Hula, gala, pala, mula.
How? Mila, pula, ganda, munda, malabala.
Costello. I didn't know you spoke Indian.
I don't. Something went wrong with my typewriter.
Me welcome you. Me Chief Flatfoot.
Who gave you that name? Great White Father?
No, Great White Draft Boy.
Chief Flatfoot, I come to marry your daughter, Moon Eyes. The one over there.
Moon Eyes could not come. I am her sister, Cross Eyes. Me glad to meet you. Greetings, White Fish.
Not fish, face.
Greetings, Fish Face.
I don't think she likes you, Buffalo.
Now let me handle this. Look here, Cross Eyes. I want to marry you. Now what do you say, gal?
No marry you. Me marry the bicarbonate kid.
The bicarbonate kid?
Yes. Wild Bill Hickok.
I used to know him as Hopalong Acidity.
Then everything is settled. White man, you go.
What's that? I've been an Indian scout for nigh on to 20 years. And you're the most despicable, obnoxious, incorrigible renegade that I've ever encountered.
Them's hard words, Buffalo.
Hard words? You're right. But I said 'em.
Buffalo Bill, you be careful what you say to my father. He's strong in this.
I smell him.
Yes, no. Me strong. Me not wear shoes. Me not wear clothes. Me sleep in wind, rain, and snow. No roof. Me eat raw corn, raw meat, raw fish.
You do all that?
Yes, and I'm sick and tired of the whole thing.
Boy, what a play.
I'm glad you liked it. Well, Indian girl, I want you to marry me.
It's no use. You cannot marry me unless you get my mother's consent.
I've taken care of that, Cross Eyes. I married your mother, so now I'm your father. So listen, daughter, you have my consent to marry me as soon as I can get a divorce from your old lady, your mother.
Now, wait a minute, Buffalo. The Indians are going to attack us.
Me afraid, Buffalo.
Don't worry, Cross Eyes. Get behind me. If you hear a shot, get in front of me.
Look out. Here they come. Run for your lives.
Hello, Louis. It's me, Meyer. I'm back.
Oh, boy, what a play.
Costello, Abbott, Miss Barry, I want to thank you sincerely for watching my butcher shop while my wife Sophie is having a crisis.
Gee, Meyer, well, tell me, what happened?
Such a day. Girls with white uniforms are rushing in and out. I'm walking up and down. I'm biting my nails. I couldn't eat nothing. But everything turned out wonderful. Sophie is resting up. We am so excited.
Gosh, what a lucky fellow.
Congratulations, Meyer.
Yeah, what was it, a boy or a girl?
The most beautiful permanent wave you ever saw.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Liberty Ship Captain Henry A. Fritz of Detroit, Michigan, whose freighter was docked between two Allied vessels at a North African port. During an air raid, both the adjoining vessels began to burn and explode, tearing huge holes in the American ship's hull. Captain Fritz ordered his men to abandon ship, but went himself to the bow, and though seared by flames, chopped the bow lines and enabled the ship to be moved to safety. In your honor, Captain Henry Fritz, the makers of camels are sending to merchant marine men on the high seas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the four Camel shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels set free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, Monday to Blondie, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Edward Arnold. And here's a special message to all young men of 17. Listen to this. Right now, you can join the Army, Navy, or Marine Corps, Aviation, Enlisted Reserve. If you want to be an Army flyer, join the reserve now and continue your school or job until you're 18. And then you'll start training to become a pilot, navigator, or bombardier. Talk to your parents about this. You must have their permission. You can receive full information and printed literature by writing or visiting your nearest Army Aviation Cadet Examining Board or Naval Office of Procurement. Any Army, Navy, or Marine recruiting station will tell you how to find it. Here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Lynn Barry, thanks for being our guest tonight.
Just a minute, Bud. Look, Costello, I want to know how that play ended before Maya came in.
Oh, it was a terrific finish. I'm standing on a hill, all alone. 10,000 blood-curdling Indians are coming at me.
How many?
1,000 screaming redskins.
How many?
50 ferocious savages.
How many?
So I killed the old squaw. Fire and squaw!
Let me out of here.
Let us all out of here!
Good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Good night to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey. Good night, Uncle Marty.
Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our guest, Edward Arnold. And remember, Camels for Christmas. Yes, Camel cigarettes make a wonderful gift. Wherever you send them, you can be sure that they'll be fresh when they arrive. Because Camels are packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Remember that if you're looking for just the thing to give that pipe smoker for Christmas. Prince Albert comes in special Christmas-wrapped pound or half-pound containers. Get a Christmas-wrapped pound or half-pound container of Prince Albert for every pipe smoker on your list. This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
It's Wednesday, and we invite you to stay tuned for Sears Radio Theater. Today you'll hear a story of mystery and suspense with Vincent Price as your host. Howard Duff stars as a detective, and Linda Kay Henning is the woman who hires him. The young man is shot to death in a park where 13 governesses are sitting. Listen for the 13th governess. Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
I want to go to old Chicago. I want to go on the ride. Take me to old Chicago. I want to win a prize. We'll see the town, mess around, maybe even go down.
Sunday's not the end of this weekend. Old Chicago Amusement Park will be open this Monday for Washington's birthday from 1 to 9 p.m. with 40 exciting rides and attractions. I-55, the Stevenson Expressway, and Route 53. It's 8:34 now. The temperature in Chicago, 27 degrees. The outlook for the rest of the night, temperatures steady or rising with periods of freezing drizzle. Tonight on the CBS Mystery Theater, the president of a plant building nuclear reactors suffers a loss of memory for one day with serious consequences. Russell Horton stars in the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presentation, The Missing Day, tonight at 10:30 here on WBBM News Radio 78.
This is Vincent Price. Except for the expensive briefcase he's carrying, the young man stepping off the bus looks like a college student. Dressed in casual clothes, he walks deliberately along a street lined with fully restored buildings. Ahead of him, a small child is trying to retrieve a ball, which is stuck between the posts of a wrought iron fence. The young man sets down his briefcase and frees the ball. But when he turns around, the briefcase is gone. It's disappeared. No one else is on the street, only the young man and the boy. And oh yes, there, turning the corner, a figure dressed in white. A nurse, perhaps. Or a governess, since she's pushing a baby carriage. The young man hurries after her, but when he reaches the corner, the governess is gone. He crosses the street to a small green park. And there sit 13 governesses, alike in their white uniforms. And before each of them is a baby carriage. The young man wheels. There on the roof of the building which faces the park, a silhouetted figure aims a rifle. The young man, killed instantly, falls without making a sound. The governesses scatter, a mad rush of baby carriages clearing the park paths. The briefcase is gone. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The 13th Governess, by Elliott Lewis. Our star, Howard Duff.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
Your baby's room. Furnish it with the quaintness and charm of Sears Jenny Lynn's crib, dresser, and chest. Your baby will be secure in our old-fashioned crib built with high sides and a safety drop-side latch. And each handsome maple color piece comes in a non-toxic finish. Sears Jenny Lynn dresser and chest is furniture that will adapt gracefully as baby grows older, too. So visit us soon, because Sears has baby buys bundled up. Available at most Sears retail stores.
A shopping center, by definition, is a place where you shop for groceries, sundries, medicines, toys, hobbies, and so on and so on. This particular shopping center has an added service. Note the discreet sign. Harry Holliday, Private Investigations, Confidential Matters. What sort of a man performs those services in a shopping center?
Did you ever want something so bad you could taste it? That's how bad I always wanted to be a private investigator. I don't remember when the idea first came to me. I only know that it was something I headed for. I worked as a cop, as a private guard. I took classes. I spent time working for one of those large outfits. I took tests. And son of a gun, I passed and I got a license. And here's what really has me shaking my head in wondrous delight. My first case was a murder. How's that for wish fulfillment? She was young, early 20s, stunning, gorgeous. You know, all those adjectives that means she was a knockout.
Mr. Holliday?
She wasn't dressed in black. She wasn't sobbing or distraught. None of those things. The dark glasses were the only clue that she was a widow.
My name is Valerie Robeson. My husband was Matthew. He was...
Yeah, I read about it in the paper. Killed with a rifle fired by person or persons unknown. I'm sorry.
The police said the shot probably came from the top of a building that adjoins the park my husband was in. It's their feeling some neighborhood kid was fooling around taking pot shots and accidentally hit Matt. I came to you because their explanation is so improbable.
Do you live near the park?
No,
Does your husband work in that neighborhood?
no. I don't know why he was there. He did. Will you do it for me? Find out who killed Matt? I don't have a great deal of money.
You pay me by the day, plus my expenses. If we get lucky, it shouldn't cost you over $1,000. She nodded her agreement and opened her purse. She fumbled around in it before she remembered she was wearing dark glasses. She slid them off. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the expression a little lost. She was a young widow, filled with anguish and despair over the death of her young husband. In the building from which the shot had been fired, a cold marble lobby separated door and elevators. Midway was a desk where renters picked up phone messages and mail, and where intruders such as me had to stop and be identified by an efficient-looking lady. I told her I was interested in renting an apartment, and she directed me to the rental agent, apartment 101, first door on your right after you turn left at the elevators. I rang, and the door was opened by a short, fiercely mustached man with bright blue eyes lined from peering into the sun.
Sir?
I'm interested in renting an apartment in this area.
Oh, come in, sir, come in. Major Emery Griffiths, sir. Retired from Her Majesty's service.
Major?
Mrs. Griffiths is the house renting agent, but she's not immediately at home. Now, how can I be of service, sir?
Is there an apartment available on the top floor, overlooking the park?
Oh, jolly good time for the question, sir. Jolly good. The wards are planning a year-long cruise, you see. Well, out of the country 12 full months, and perhaps interested in subletting for that period, you know. Would that interest you?
Why, yes, it might. My wife has this wish to settle in for a while, all that moving about the last 2 years, you know. He ate it up, nodding crisply at the invented travels my mythical wife and I had been taking. The wards were out, he told me, and led me to the elevator located directly across the lobby from the eagle-eyed woman at the front desk who would have seen anyone coming or going. Is there a freight elevator for our furniture?
Oh, yes. It runs from the basement to the top floor, at the opposite end of the building.
Of course.
Ah, here we are. Now, if you'll follow me. Well, you're very fortunate. The wards only made their decision a day or two ago. Now we'll see if I brought the proper key, what? After you, sir. You'll see it's 2 bedrooms to the left and right before you reach the living room, which is directly ahead. And the kitchen is to your right, and there are 2 full baths. Lovely place, as you can see.
Lovely, lovely.
Our tenants often take the sun down there in the park, you know, where those governesses are sitting. Or we allow them to use the roof just above you, sir, which can be reached by stairs at either end of the building.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. I'd like to bring my wife, if you don't mind. I'd need her opinion. You understand that?
Oh, of course.
Guy I went to school with, Ben Wheeler, works in the morgue of the morning newspaper, and he let me find a corner where I could go through the newspaper's filed stories of Matt Robeson's murder.
You're suggesting Robeson's death wasn't an accident, sir?
Well, his widow doesn't think so.
This her, Harry? The pretty lady in black?
Yeah, that's her. Behind her, her parents. Beside her, a family friend, Zachary West.
How about that mustache?
He's a hairy one, isn't he? Hey, look here. Tragic family says her brother was killed in a boating accident 2 years ago. Out sailing, storm came up, boat sank. Found a cushion the next day, boat and brother gone. Here's the picture you ran on him. Kind of looks like his sister. Can I get copies of these?
A lousy quality, but sure.
I found family friend Zachary West's address in the phone book and drove out there. A big sign out front read, Century One Apartments, first in a series of posh pads for swinging singles. I parked across the street just as a dashing red sports car shifted down, mufflers burping, and ducked into the underground garage. The driver was the man in the newspaper picture, Zachary West, of all the hair. I got out and managed to bump into him on one of the paths. Instead of being straightforward, I put on my puzzled, ingenuous face. You find out more things that way.
You look lost. Help you?
Yes, I thought maybe I'd like to rent an apartment.
You picked the best spot. I'll steer you to the manager's office.
Oh, that's very, very nice of you. Appreciate it.
Don't sweat.
What happens if you move in and then decide to get married?
Why get married when it's all lying around waiting for you? Here we are. Lorenzo, I bring you a customer.
Welcome.
Lorenzo is manager, master of ceremonies, and what one might call confessor arranger for our community.
I'm glad to see you.
Zach, tonight's 15B's birthday party.
Count on me. I'm in 86A. Drop in for a drink anytime. And don't hesitate to bring 1 or 2 guests, even 3.
I'll show you some of the apartments. You prefer blonde neighbors, brunettes?
Speckled if they come that way. He showed me a series of flashy apartments, all furnished for a race of people who only got out of bed to have a drink or smoke a joint. I told him I'd let him know, and left it at the garage, which gave me the chance to write down the license number on Zachary West's red sports car. I'd only driven a couple of blocks when I saw that someone was following me. A young woman, long black hair blowing, driving a beat-up station wagon. When I got to the shopping center, I drove around to the back where my office is and parked at the H. Holiday stencil. She circled, pulled into an empty space, and slid out, peering around like a baby bird looking for its mother. She tried to see where I'd gone. She spotted my car and came toward me. As she arrived, I stepped out.
Oh.
Looking for something?
What? No, why?
Because you were following me. Why?
Why? That's a laugh. Why? Because I saw you before writing down Zachary's license number. What sort of behavior is that?
I didn't take down his license plate, silly. I took the number of the car next to him. I'm an insurance adjuster. Not that it's any of your business. Any further questions?
Oh, well, you see, I got this impression you were a cop, and I couldn't understand that Zachary, what he could have done to bring out the fuzz, so that's why I... Excuse me.
Quite all right. Perfectly logical error. She seemed to be just a nice young lady looking out for a friend. Or so I believed then. At all events, she left me with an enormous curiosity about Zachary West. So next morning, I waited outside his apartment, followed him into the city, parked where he parked, and sat beside him at the counter of the coffee shop where he ate breakfast.
I recommend the waffles.
Waffles, miss. And coffee now, please.
If you had questions, why didn't you ask me? Valerie hire you?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, I'm trying to find out if anyone wanted to kill Matt. I saw the newspaper picture of you at the funeral. Were you Matt's friend or Valerie's?
Both. I introduced him, as a matter of fact. And Valerie works for me. I'm a clothes designer, men's and women's wear.
Oh. Any idea why Matt was killed?
Oh, the police called it an accident, according to the newspapers.
Valerie doesn't think so.
Valorie's a new widow. It's very difficult for her to accept what's happened.
Did you know her brother, the one who died in the boating accident?
Larry? Well, yes. He's how I met Valerie. What's that got to do with... Oh, don't let your waffle get cold. Here's my business card. Call anytime I can be of help.
Yeah, right. Valerie Robeson lived in the middle of an old housing tract in a one-bedroom house badly in need of paint. She introduced me to her mother, Dora Filbert, who was enshrouded in what my grandmother called a wrapper.
I don't know what Matt was doing in the park. He left here about 7:30. He had a 9 o'clock class at the university.
Did you ever get there?
No.
Now, while I was reading the background on this matter, I ran into the information about your brother. I'm very sorry.
It was a terrible loss.
Were you close to your brother?
No one was close to Larry. He was a bachelor, what you'd call a swinger. Girl in every port sort of man.
He didn't even have a job. His father kept after him. But Larry always had an excuse for not working.
I'm sorry, I'm late. Will you excuse me?
Well, sure. If it's all right, I'd like to talk to your mother for a minute, too.
Of course. I'll be late, Mother. Zachary has a show tonight, and I said I'd work it.
All right,
One of the
dear.
girls is sick.
Oh,
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'd like to know a little bit more about your son, Larry. Would you mind?
No. But what does that have to do with Matt's death?
I don't know. Probably nothing. Do you agree that Larry's death was an accident?
I'm sure that in your profession you hear all sorts of things about people.
Well, I don't surprise easily, if that's what you mean.
What I'm going to say is in confidence.
Of course.
I think Larry took his own life. Larry and another young man, Zachary West, they were very close.
too close, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, I think I do.
His father spoke to him about it. His father told Larry he was less than a man, and he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Well, Larry went up to the lake the very next morning, and that's why I think he took his own life. And certainly he's better off, in my opinion.
Did your son-in-law, Matthew, know Larry?
Oh, no. Valerie got to know Matt after Larry was gone.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Filbert. Oh, one other thing. Valerie said Matt was taking some classes at the university. In what, do you know?
Oh, photography, of course. He was learning to be a photographer.
Matt's photography instructor had been Norman Fields, a full-bearded, shaved-headed man. I met him in the mall outside the Fine Arts Building. I sat in the sun while he hunkered beneath a tree, rubbing the top of his head.
What did you want to know about Matthew Robeson? And why would anyone want to kill the dreadful little twerp?
His widow asked me the same question. Tell me about it.
Well, now, let's see. I suppose you want to know if he was a good student, innovative, questioning, and so forth?
Yeah, things like that.
No. Although he spent an inordinate amount of time here. Matthew Robeson was a man who didn't even own a decent camera. And yet he was in my class. Now, one must ask oneself, why? Why? Because Matt's own personal interest for what motivated and guided him. His time here was spent in the darkroom. He cleaned it up, set out the chemicals, stacked, sorted the photographic papers, cleaned the enlargers.
Any notion why?
Oh, sure. He needed a place to develop his own work. Things he didn't want anyone else to see.
Pictures?
Of course.
Did he keep the negatives and prints here?
Oh, you mean no one has mentioned Matthew Robeson's attaché case? Why, that was the most obvious and apparent thing about him. He was a scruffy little man, late 20s, skinny, wild clothes, who always walked in a slouch hurriedly. He was never without this attaché case, like a small suitcase, very expensive, never out of his grasp. Well, I would assume that that's where he kept his goodies.
Why goodies?
Well, Matt Robeson was a man to do anything for a buck, and I mean that, literally. Whatever he was peddling was in that attaché case. Now, it's just a shame you didn't know him. You missed out on a real oddball.
I drove from there to Zachary West's showroom to look for Valerie. I entered a salon where a showing of Zachary West's full selection of clothes for the career woman was in progress. Among the natty outfits on display were wardrobes for lady mail carriers, surgeons, bus drivers, and lawyers. As I entered the room, the young woman with the station wagon was walking on stage to join the others. And would you believe it? She was dressed as a governess.
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
I can't believe they can do it for $19.99.
Installed? The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99 installed. And listen to the muzzler promise.
Sears promises that the muzzler will last as long as you own your American-made car.
Or return it for refund or replacement free.
And if Sears installed it, they'll install the new one free.
Well, you can't beat that.
I think it's fantastic.
It's a great promise.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores.
Are we finally set for Grandma's?
I think so. We've got the new Sears Travel Guard baby seat in the car.
Right, and the extra sleep and play baby suits.
Oh, Grandma will love those. They're so cute and yet practical.
The extra baby blankets and bottles are in the vinyl diaper bag.
Oh, Sears certainly did make shopping for the baby easy.
Sure did. Well, I think we've got everything.
Honey, I think you've forgotten something.
Hmm? The baby.
Harry Holiday wasn't comfortable sitting on a folding wooden chair watching a fashion show. But being the gung-ho type fellow he was, he sat there like a little gentleman and took it all in. When the show was over, he bought his client a drink in one of those dark English tavern replicas where patrons hid in shadowy booths tucked into dark corners.
His attaché case?
Mm-hmm. He wasn't carrying it when he was shot. Any idea where it might be?
No, he never put it down. He lugged it around all the time. I can't imagine where it is.
When you asked me to help you, did you suspect something?
Suspect?
Oh, that he might have been seeing someone else, and that's what he was doing in the park that morning, meeting somebody?
Oh, no, I never thought Matt would cheat. He wasn't that sort of man. Matt's only weakness was his greed. Oh, he was a sweet, dear man when we got married. Then, somehow, I must have given him the impression, led him to believe that I was dissatisfied with our life, that I expected more from him. And I didn't, really. It's just that I kept hoping he'd find himself, stop drifting. That terrible, restless drifting.
I don't know why, because I don't find any connection. But I can't help remembering that in the pictures I saw of your brother's funeral, there was no casket. Was he cremated?
No, because there wasn't a body.
They never recovered it?
They told us that often happens in deep lakes. The body is trapped in the boat. We held the services anyway, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. The next morning, I called an old Army buddy who worked for the Department of Motor Vehicles and gave him the license plate number of the battered station wagon and asked for the owner's name and address. And then I got a phone call from the answering service, a Major Griffiths, who wanted to speak to me.
Oh, that apartment you liked is available.
The Major told me. The wards had found the freighter leaving with the tide tomorrow night.
Yes, the place needs a bit of cleaning, you know. Some soap and water, and she'll pass inspection. I'll hang on to it until your wife comes by, what?
I thanked him, had some breakfast, and went over there. The Major and his wife were out. The lady sitting guard over the front desk told me. But Mrs. Ward was expecting me. Just go right on up. I did.
Oh, you must be Mr. Holliday about the apartment.
That's right.
Isn't your wife?
She'll be along later. I left word at the desk to send her up.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you.
You'll forgive the mess, but suddenly we're on our way, and it's really so exciting. All the way around the world, can you imagine? And on a freighter.
She babbled on, absolutely delighted with the new adventure she was about to have. She was a pretty, bright-eyed little woman in her mid-30s, and her face was flushed from her exertions. She was putting things into several large packing cases in the center of the room, which would be stored until their return, and she'd hung clothes that weren't to be taken in a large wardrobe. Half hidden behind a few dresses was a governess's white outfit. She saw me staring at it.
I won't be needing that anymore, thank goodness.
She continued her work, chattering on about their sudden departure, how lucky they'd been to find a freighter with space for them.
And my poor husband out gathering passports and letters of credit and all the things one needs. And speaking of good fortune, tomorrow is our first wedding anniversary, and we'll be sailing the high seas in celebration.
What's that?
Oh, well, I'd have told you about that anyway. Some of the tenants sun themselves on the roof, and when they step out of the stairwell, it makes that sound.
Oh, I see.
It happens very infrequently. Oh, look, there's Teddy. There, he sees me.
It all happened very quickly. Her husband, Teddy, was walking across the park toward us. He looked up and started to wave, and then he must have seen something because he opened his mouth to shout, and then the bullet hit him, and he slumped onto the pavement. The governesses in the park scattering like dry leaves in the wind. I was out of the apartment almost as soon as I heard the sharp snap of the rifle fired from the roof above me. I heard the freight elevator groaning down to the basement and raced after it. But no one was there, and the alley was empty. By the time I got around to the park, Mrs. Ward was kneeling on the path beside her husband. She didn't cry. She almost looked as though she'd expected it.
It had to happen.
Well, why do you say that?
You can't live as he did without suffering the consequences. I kept making believe that everything was all right, that the money he brought home was legitimately earned, that silly governess costumes, the exchange of envelopes and a baby carriage, all of it was a prank, not something real, something that would end in this.
She didn't say anything more to me. She answered questions put to her by the first policeman to arrive, and then spoke to the homicide men. They questioned me, I told them what I'd observed, and nothing more, then ducked out of there. Soon after I got back in the office, the call I'd been afraid I'd get came in.
The police just left. We can't believe it. It's been 2 years, and he never...
I'd like to come by later in the day.
My father's coming down to be with us. Who did it? Who shot Larry? Or, what was he calling himself? Teddy Ward?
I don't think they know who shot him.
And it's something to do with Matt's death. It happened the same way in the same place.
That's what I'm trying to find out. The minute I hung up, I got a call from my buddy at the Department of Motor Vehicles. The owner of the station wagon was Roxanne Lucetti, and he gave me her address, a place called the Aloha Arms. Her apartment faced the court, which featured a postage stamp-sized swimming pool, being cleaned by a tan young man with long blonde hair and an earring.
Yeah? What? Well, look who's here. What do you want?
Well, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Come in, although I don't recall we have any unfinished business to discuss.
Hey, nice little apartment. Your mother decorated?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, nothing really, but everything's sort of square in here, and you seem to me to be more of an individualist.
What's the matter with you? You come in here without a how do you do or how are you feeling today, then you start to make critical statements about me and my family.
Not critical at all. No criticism implied or intended.
What sort of a person are you making fun of me?
Hey, come on. Take it easy with that bag. Hey,
no!
Hey, what do you got in here? Concrete? Come on now.
No,
fun's fun. Now, give me that.
That's personal.
Hey!
Don't open it!
What have we got here? Well, bless my heart. Just what every lady must carry in her bag, a rifle scope.
Give me that.
Is it yours? Is this your scope? I didn't realize you were a marksman. Markswoman.
It's not mine.
Well, why is it in your bag?
This friend asked me to sell it for him.
What friend?
I don't remember his name. Now go away.
You know, you're really a terrible liar. Your whole character changes. I like you better when you're yelling and screaming.
You just listen. I was nice enough to allow you to come into my apartment, and then all you do is cast aspersion after aspersions at me and my friends, and it's none of your bleep business. So why don't you just go away and leave me alone? What kind of a jerk are you?
Okay, gotcha. I stopped for a minute outside the door. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I heard her crying. Crying her heart out, as the fellow says.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
If you have a child with a handicap, we have some good news, and some very good news. The good news is there's a new law that guarantees your child the right to the special education he needs.
Evaluation procedures conform to the corresponding requirements in the final regulation of Section 504.
But here's the very good news.
The term continuum, as with least restrictive environment, is commonly used by...
You don't have to hire a lawyer to explain how this rather complicated new law can help your child.
It is in accordance with specific performance criteria related to the program objective.
We can explain the law in clear, simple language, free.
Information under subclause E of Clause 1 of subsection B. The Commissioner there...
Just write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. That's Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
I gained 20 pounds in 2 months. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yeah, I never lost that weight either.
With me, it was different. I was climbing the walls, yelling at the kids. I just couldn't live with myself.
Neither could Dan, could he?
No, not really. He said having a wife that smoked was better than being terrorized day and night.
Better a friendly dragon than a nasty dragon, huh?
Right. So anyway, I'm back to a pack and a half a day, addicted just like I was
Let's
before.
hold it right there. The American Heart Association wants you to know that smoking cigarettes becomes a habit, not an addiction. Habits can be broken. Smoking is a matter of choice, not destiny. We can help you quit. You don't have to gain weight or climb the walls. Contact your American Heart Association for a free booklet that explains how to break your cigarette habit step by step. The American Heart Association wants you to know we're fighting for your life.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of The 13th Governess.
I think you can sense death around the place. The Robeson house seemed to be engulfed in it. The house itself appeared to be in mourning, although it probably was only the gray, sullen day. Valerie let me in. Her mother and father were sitting in the living room, coffee cups balanced in their hands, as though they'd forgotten they were holding them. Mr. Filbert was a tall, slender man with thinning hair and steel-framed eyeglasses, who looked as though he might once have been head clerk in a hardware store. After I'd been introduced, they picked up an angry conversation where I'd interrupted them.
I mourned him once, Dora. Once is all I got in me. So far as I'm concerned, he died 2 years ago.
You killed him 2 years ago?
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't. You've been accusing me for 2 years that I killed my son.
Oh, how long will you two do this to each other? Now stop it.
She's been after me for 2 years, Val, how I killed her son. Now she finds I didn't. She don't know what to say to hurt me.
Mr. Filbert?
Yes?
I wonder if we could talk, just you and me.
Mother and I'll go into the kitchen. Come on, Mother.
Mr. Filbert, why does your wife believe you're responsible for your son's death?
The death that never happened, you mean? Because she claims I called him a pervert, and that drove him to take his life.
Did you?
When a young man don't work and accepts money from men, to my way of thinking, that's perverted. That's what I told my son, Larry. His mother misinterpreted what I meant.
What did you mean?
Larry wasn't never without that camera of his, is what I meant. Yet he didn't want to show me or his family what sort of pictures he was taking. I think them pictures was what he got money for, and I think his camera's what finally got him killed for real.
Blackmail? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's my opinion.
The question yelling for an answer was who Larry Filbert had been blackmailing, as himself and as Teddy Ward. I drove over to the apartment where Mrs. Ward had her personal things hastily packed.
I can't stay. I look down there into that pretty little park, and it terrifies me.
Miss Ward, were you and your husband here when the first murder was committed?
Oh, I think that's why Teddy was shot.
Oh?
He saw something that morning, something that surprised him.
Yes?
He got his camera, the one with the telephoto lens, and he started to take some pictures. We both heard the noise, the thumping sound when someone steps onto the roof, and then this funny popping.
Shots?
Yes. And the young man in the park fell. The governesses all ran, of course. Teddy dashed out the door with his camera. He came back before the police arrived, and he was laughing. Can you imagine that? We're going to take a trip around the world, he told me. First cabin around the globe, because my ship just came in.
He developed his own films, of course. Here?
Yes, in here.
She led me to a bathroom her husband had used as a dark room, crowded with enlarger, tanks, chemicals, and papers. She searched through a drawer until she found a picture taken with the telephoto of young Matt Robeson in the park just before he was shot. And then she handed me another envelope with another picture in it. This of a man holding a rifle. A picture taken in the alley behind the building near the freight elevator exit. The man was no one I'd ever seen before. Bald as Kojak, wearing thick eyeglasses with heavy black frames and clean shaven.
That's the picture Teddy took after the shooting.
You know the man?
No, but...
You've seen him before, is that it?
Yes.
Where? In another picture?
Teddy said once, "This is your bank account. With this in your hand, you'll never be broke." It's too late to hide it, isn't it?
Much too late. She unlocked a drawer at the bottom of one of the cabinets and lifted out a manila envelope. pictures of the same man. In the first, he was drilling a hole in the caulking on the bottom of a small beach sailboat. In the second, a night shot, he looked with surprise and fright into the camera flash. It was winter. Some snow could be seen in the street in what seemed to be a suburban neighborhood. The man stood beside an automobile. A small object lay on the ground beside the car's right front wheel. I asked Mrs. Ward if I could take the pictures.
Of course, it doesn't matter anymore.
Well, why did your husband photograph the young man in the park?
He was surprised to see him there.
Oh, I don't think I understand.
Well, the only other times he'd been there was when I wore my governess outfit and traded envelopes with him. It was strange because I wasn't there, and the young man wasn't carrying his attaché case.
Did your husband say anything?
Yes. And I thought it was odd. Do a friend a favor, he said, and look at the greedy little Dickens.
The only way I could make any sense out of it was to begin with the photograph of the bald-headed man standing in the snowy street beside his car. At the university, Norman Fields opened one of the dark rooms for me and made a new negative of the old picture Teddy Ward had shot. From this, Fields made a series of blow-ups showing sections of the picture. The bald man, in a state of shock, was standing alongside his car, and beside the front wheel was a child's shoe. By lightening the printing tone, changing the contrast, what's called dodging, you were able to see under the car. And there was a crumpled bicycle and the hideously mangled body of a child. He was the only one involved in the mess who'd known all the principals through everything that had happened, and I wanted to ask him who the man was.
Buy a drink?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Vodka on the rocks.
Fine. What brings you here?
I'm trying to locate somebody.
Someone I know?
Well, I think maybe you do.
Here's your drink.
Thank you.
I'll leave the door open and we can talk while I get cleaned up. Man or woman?
Man.
Any idea where I'd know him from?
He had a business arrangement with Larry Filbert.
Say, did you read about that? Can you imagine a guy changing his name, living a whole other life?
This man I'm looking for knew Larry Filbert, and I think also knew him as Teddy Ward.
No kidding. Excuse me.
Sure. He shot Matt Robeson and Larry Filbert, Teddy Ward, whatever you call him, with a rifle.
What do you want me to do? I don't follow you.
I know what this man looks like. I'll show you his picture, and maybe you can identify him.
I'm glad to help, of course, but up to now you haven't given me too many clues on the guy. Bald with dark framed glasses, that isn't much to go on. Clean shaven, too, you said, huh?
You know how it is when something strikes you? I hadn't said anything about how my phantom murderer looked, and out came the description to a T from Zachary West. I took the rifleman's picture from my pocket and a pencil, and I put hair on the bald head, erased the thick-rimmed glasses from over the eyes, and added a mustache.
How's your drink?
Fine. Let me ask you something.
Shoot.
How did you feel when you found out your new blackmailer, Teddy Ward, was really Larry Filbert, the man you thought you'd killed in that boat accident?
Hey, slow down. You're throwing a lot of names at me like I'm supposed to know them.
Well, no, that's not true. You know them. Larry blackmailed you after the hit-and-run accident with the child, so you tried to get rid of him by sinking his boat. So now here you are in town, thinking you're out of it, and Teddy Ward calls you, and the whole thing starts again. Only this time, there's more. There are pictures of you sinking the boat. I keep trying to imagine what you looked like when you found out you were being blackmailed by a dead man. I mean, wow, I would have had a fit. What did you do? Follow Mrs. Ward to her apartment after she traded envelopes with Matt?
That a picture of me?
He was standing in the doorway, bald head, no mustache, no glasses. And just to make the picture complete, he was casually aiming the rifle in my general direction, just enough so I wouldn't misunderstand him.
Smart young fellow like you is bound to get into trouble.
No, not so smart. Until a couple of minutes ago, I really thought there was another man. It's really remarkable what a hairpiece and a phony mustache and contact lenses can do to change a person.
Remarkable.
You know what troubles me, though? How'd poor Matt Robeson get involved in all this?
His brother-in-law wanted to help him out, pass him a little money. I gave money to Roxanne. She gave it to Matt. He gave it to that governess until he got greedy and decided to go it on his own.
Motivation.
Money runs the ship, my lad. Money's what makes the world go round. Although I can't believe you're getting enough for what's about to happen to you. Move, please. We're getting out of here.
Why'd you run away from the accident? If you'd stayed, maybe that little girl could have been saved.
No way. Come along now.
Happy birthday! Zach? Hey, where's Zach?
We were just going out to pick him up.
Well, his car's here.
His friend Gilbert here drove it over. Gil, here, let me show him the rifle. Hey, look at this. Isn't it a beaut? Bought it for Zach for his birthday. Come on, Gil. We better get going.
Hey, you guys will bring Zach to his party, won't you? I mean, we got all his booze and food and, the trappings, little foxes, all sizes.
We'll bring Zach back. Don't worry about it, but go ahead. Get the party started.
Okay.
Rifle in hand, I eased Zachary West out of there. He made a couple of moves, like he wanted to grab the gun or get away, but by the time we got to my car, he was a limp sack. All the fire was gone. He ducked the responsibility long ago. He run away, then killed 2 men who tried to bleed him, and finally, there wasn't any place to hide. No place at all. He sat in the front seat of the car, blinking his eyes behind the thick glasses, letting what had happened to him sink in. And like I said, that's how I handled my first murder case.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
Inside this stylish man's dress shirt, I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Sears, where America shops.
Listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. The 13th Governess was written, produced, and directed by Elliott Lewis. Your host was Vincent Price. Our star was Howard Duff. Also heard were Linda K. Henning, Deborah Wally, Lurene Tuttle, Marvin Miller, Ben Wright, Sidney Miller, Peggy Weber. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBR.
lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. Most of the men and women in prison today were abused children, and many abused children grow up to abuse their own children. Child abusers can be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt I've suffered since my birth. Join the abused child's fight, put an end to their sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
You've got to go to Townsend Pontiac and buy a car. It's really important. It's important to you, and it's important to Mr. Townsend. Now, you could buy a beautiful new 79 Pontiac. Townsend has such a great selection, you won't have any trouble finding the car you want. Or you could buy a great new four-wheel drive International Scout. Boy, that'll take you where you've got to go and back again. Come on, it's important. Why? Well, Jack Townsend knows that once you're a Townsend customer, you wouldn't want to buy anywhere else. And that's important to Mr. Townsend.
Your satisfaction is our satisfaction at Townsend Pontiac.
6300 Broadway.
Townsend Pontiac.
Merrillville, Indiana.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
My name is Clifton Fadiman, and the sound you hear is the sound of the atmosphere. And the sound of wind. The sound of thunder. The sound of rain. Universal sounds. Sounds that are heard around the world. Sounds that are the voices of eternity. But when you leave the heavens and approach the earth, you will hear the sounds of the living, the sound of the countryside, and the sound of a city. On any city block at any time of day or night, there's a world of sound, a special world for people who are willing to listen, for people who are willing to hear. New York is a city of sound, and that sound is the voice of a city, the voice of New York.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a documentary in sound, as recorded by Tony Schwartz, a young man who walks the streets of the city as familiarly as a farmer walks his fields. He is a man who listens, and what he listens to, he records. Tony Schwartz and his portable tape recorder have recorded the voice of New York. If you were to visit New York and stand atop a skyscraper, you could see the entire island of Manhattan
And this is what you'd hear.
So, folks, you're on the roof of the RCA building. You are 70 stories, 850 feet from the street, and you're looking toward the south. Directly in front of you is the tallest building in the world. It's the Empire State Building. It's 102 stories high, 1,250 feet. The high buildings way down back of the Empire State. At the end of the city is Wall Street, the financial district. Now look directly left to the river. And notice that square box-like structure with all the windows? That is the permanent quarters of the United Nations on the East River. There are 6 acres of glass in that building. Now come with me, folks, please, to the north side. This way.
That's what you'd hear high above the city. A description, nothing more. It might even be what you'd write home about. But would you know New York? Would you hear its voice? The sound of the streets?
Cents and 2.15. 10 cents and 2.15. Shine your shoes, brush your coat. Make you look like a New York sport. How about shine now? Get your shine around here.
The subway rises from the tunnel and stops at 135th Street. Terminal at 41st Street and 8th Avenue.
Cornwall, Newburgh, Beacon, Walter Falls, and Poughkeepsie. Coaches loading at gate 19, Orlando. 11:15 a.m. departure. Mohawk Coast Line loading at gate 19, Orlando.
That's the city at ear level. The sound we, all of us, hear. But there are other voices. Voices we have to listen for. Listen as Tony Schwartz and his recorder listen. New York is a port city, the largest in the world. People from all the world settle here, and with them they bring customs, and they bring songs. They bring music. Italian street band. You don't have to go into the hills for folk music, and you don't have to go back 100 years. It's woven into the rhythm of New York. It's all there if you listen. You can hear it on the way to work, riding a bus or subway, or going out for a late dinner. Tony went out for a late dinner one night.
On my way to a little French restaurant on 9th Avenue, I met Henriette. She was sitting on the
Way in Midtown, you're going to have a traffic problem. That's the only solution. Do away with your parking lots in daytime, and you got no traffic problem. There is no other way out. If you know that you are not allowed to park here, you're not going to bring that car in. But if you know you can park it, you're going to bring it in. You work here, you're going to come in just the same. And if you want to shop near Macy's, you're going to come just the same. It's 85 cents.
And I listened to a doorman talking to a barking dog locked in a car.
Why don't you be good? Come on. Stop barking. Why don't you be a nice baby? Eh? They're like you. Oh, quiet. Come on. Come over here. Come here. Ah, quiet.
Much. He had better table manners than the majority of children. I taught him to eat slowly. When he's a little kitten, I just let him take one piece of meat at a time, and I'd tell him to chew it well, and I'd make my jaws go as though I was chewing. He learned what I meant. He'd stop chewing. If I said, all right, he'd swallow it. If I said, chew it some more, he'd chew it some more. And he could take the tin cover off a jelly glass. He'd paw it with his right paw, and tip over the glass, then put his left paw on to hold it, and then he would claw it. He got the cover off. Then he'd look up at me and smile.
The voices of a city. The voice of New York. If you listen, you can hear the world of sound without leaving your chair. You don't have to look for it. It will come to you as it comes to Tony Schwartz, from the hour before dawn until well after dark. All the city up 5 stories through the windows and into his home. First there's silence. Then Mrs. Klein hangs out her wash at 6 a.m. At 7 o'clock, the birds arrive. At 7:30, they collect the garbage. Saturday at 8, the streets are repaired. Thursday, construction begins on the new Coliseum at there's rain. Any evening at election time, there are politicians. Of New York.
You have been listening to The Voice of New York, as recorded by Tony Schwartz and narrated by Clifton Fadiman, editor of the new American Anthology Treasury. The narration was written by Norman Catcock. This is Warren Sweeney inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop next Friday, when we will present Report on the Unknown, a study of clairvoyancy, extrasensory perception, and telepathy. A dramatic account of actual cases and current research in the mysteries of supernormal communications. The CBS Radio Workshop was produced and directed by Paul Roberts.
Over most of these same stations on Sunday, the distinguished British pianist Dame Myra Hess will be heard as soloist as the New York Philharmonic Symphony, under Bruno Walter's direction, opens a 2-week Mozart
Exciting adventure, thrilling landscapes, and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.